Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the day 4 of Skyesports SEA Championship, presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse, official VCT off season event. My name is Lucifer. I'm back on desk with the man Crips. It's a fun day, but off to an exciting and a blazing start, Crips.
Oh, it's gonna be a banger of a day. I'm sure we're gonna start off with the best game possible
Mm-hmm.
already. We have some bangers lined up for you. Just to give you like a little hint of what's to come, we have Bleed versus South Built Esports right at the beginning. I believe I don't think we could have asked for anything better.
Yeah. I mean, it is just brilliant at this point, and I'm looking forward to how Bleed and South Built will be kind of when facing off each other. What's the best outcome for them on and who's coming on top? Right as of now, South Built with a 3-0 victory, they are leading the charts in their Group A, but Bleed are not looking forward to staying in the second position because they don't want to be the team who are then fighting with LVR maybe to just have a qualification just because of the round differential. So this is a very crucial match between Bleed and South Belt. But that is not all. We still have NKT and Oasis the second match. Fancy United, who showed us what they've got yesterday. I think they had some crazy juice running yesterday, and after them coming again today here, I'm expecting the same gameplay. But to end it all today, we still have Made in Thailand and Todak, which is two teams here, Crips, who are going to be again a match where we will be seeing teams with the same caliber trying to fight against each other to get the point.
Yes, definitely. A lot is at stake today. Right off the bat, Bleed versus Southbuilt Esports fighting for the supremacy of Group A.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, the very next game is going to be battling for their lives. Both NKT and Oasis, they have lost two games each in their groups. And if they have any hope of getting to the next stage of this tournament, then they need to win this particular game against each other. So,
Yeah.
a lot is at stake today. But of course, let's start with the leaders of Group A, Bleed versus South Built. So far, South Built are on top, and they have 3 wins, have won every single game they faced so far. Bleed with 2 wins, but I think they have an amazing round differential because of the 13-1 domination victory they had yesterday.
Yeah, they obliterated their competition out of the waters, out of the grounds of whatever in terms of the scenarios of grounds you can speak or earth. They did that yesterday, and the one thing that Bleed do have is as a team they function and as well as the individual capability that their players have that comes alive in case they have some difficulty. But Southbuilt also have that, and I feel like Southbuilt are like a tough team. When you see them itself, it feels like okay, they're made in some golden or like completely undestructible chains, but we'll talk about them. Quickly talking about the roster here from Bleed, Darion, JH, Juicy, Crazy Guy, Scary. I was worried about seeing Crazy Guy pop off yesterday, but it was Juicy doing a lot. So I'm looking forward to what amazing things we can see today as well from Juicy.
Yeah, and it seems like a lot hinges on Juicy, doesn't it? Because the
Mm-hmm.
other day when Juicy was having a little trouble in Ascent, his team dragged the game into multiple overtimes. And yesterday when he popped off, these guys were able to demolish them 13-1. So it really does hinge a lot on this young player, barely in his early teens, and he's still kicking so much ass. And then on
Mm-hmm.
the other hand, we have a guy like Crazy Guy. He's been around for donkey's years, and he's been competing since the CS 1.6 days, very dominant in CSGO as well. In fact, he did visit India once during the CSGO days. But right now, he's there with Bleed and acts as one of the best co-IGLs. Uh, Anything I say about this guy is less. And the rest of the team, they often don't even need to show up. That's how dominant this duo is. Coming on to South Built, we have Aziz, Flippy, Ja, and Papichulo along with Pro. Now, Pro and Papichulo, they go a long way. They've been competing since a long time. And not just these two, but they've been together as well across multiple iterations in the Filipino scene. But the others, while I'm not familiar with their CSGO history, they have been doing a lot of good stuff in their particular region. And South Build also look like one of the strongest teams in this tournament.
Yesterday, when Bleed and South Built performed as separate entities in different matches, I have two names for one for Bleed, one for I would say South Built. There I already mentioned Juicy, and for yesterday it was Papichulo all across the board. And when you're like initiator like that functions so well, I feel like everybody just gets that confidence to keep running across and perform even better, and that's where the entire team started functioning. Ja came alive. Pro was just such a good, I would say, comrade over there for Papichulo to always be with him. But right now, how these two players or how the team functions, we have talked about it. It's time for the map veto and which map these teams are going to be functioning, and we are going to be treading to maybe the ice skates, but it is going to be a chilly fight between these two, and it's for them to increase the heat in Icebox.
I believe this is the first Icebox game we're going to be seeing in this
Yes.
tournament.
Yes.
Yeah, now that's going to be exciting. I've been waiting to cast this map since a very long time. We've seen plenty of Fracture, Ascent, and Haven. We've even
Mm-hmm.
seen a little bit of Breeze here and there. But Icebox holds a special place in my heart, probably because it's cold. But jokes aside, I love seeing this map. And I love seeing maps in which Viper is involved, especially maps like Breeze and Icebox. They
Mm-hmm.
used to be Viper dependent maps. Now, I'm not sure if we'll get to see Mr. Harbour over here, Mr. Varun Batra,
Yes.
but I'm hoping that some team picks it up. And if anyone does pick up Harbour, it's gonna be in one of these maps where Viper will be replaced with Harbour. So let's see
Exactly.
if he can turn water into ice today.
I agree with you that completely. Like, if somebody needs to, or kind of, or the team needs to understand how we can gel Harbor with our team and the game style we have, the maps where Viper is predominantly picked should be one of the ideal scenarios for Harbor to also come alive. Because yes, a little bit in terms of the playstyle is different. Viper gives you a little bit of a passive approach, whereas Harbor does push you to go in the forefront aggressive mode. So I feel like if they want to do it, it should be Icebox or Breeze, even Pearl coming out. But till the qualification stage, I don't think we'll be seeing any Pearls coming alive, because again, it's not a well studied or well set map for all the teams, and
Hmm.
it does happen that even though you know the map, you know you want to command your playstyle, we end up seeing the other team also catches the momentum in the drift certain times because of the side switch, because there's too many things to do on Pearl. So we'll leave that for a discussion for another time in case Pearl comes alive. But Icebox here, maybe we end up seeing Harbor, but predominantly I feel like not risking anything. Viper should be the get go. But I'm looking forward to any offbeat Sentinel picks coming through. Maybe they leave the chamber itself completely.
No, in fact, I was thinking that maybe they will leave the Sage. That
Mm-hmm.
is, if they pick up the Harbor. But because you look at the role of the Sage in this team, right? If you're on the attacking side, the Sage will almost always use the barrier off before she starts planting,
Mm-hmm.
because you need that security. You can't just plant in the open over there. And Icebox, because there's so many angles, you can get shot. So if you're on the attacking side, the Sage will almost always use the wall before you commit a plant. And on the
Mm-hmm.
defense, well, you don't always have the wall available for diffusing, but if it's there, it's always an additional
Yeah.
layer of security. Now if you have a harbor, you don't need the Sage. You can just put one of
Yes.
those fortified smokes over there, put the cove down and plant inside it. So I think if you're picking a harbor attacking side, at least the Sage becomes a little irrelevant. Yeah, on the defense, I think the Sage can still add some value. So whether you pick Sage or not depends. But if you have harbor, you have one extra room, one
Yeah.
slot available for any other agent if you want to experiment.
I agree with you, but there's one thing of all the things that Harbor can do I don't like is you put up the cove. I wanted it to be like an advantage for the team whichever has Harbor who puts down the cove, that if you're inside the smoke you should be able to shoot through it across, but
But that would be
you
too OP,
cannot
bro.
shoot inside it. But you cannot do either way. So it's like, why would you do that? Like, give us a slight advantage at least. That's okay. So it's something that you would have to adapt to as well if you bring in a Harbor. But Bleed, seeing that they do have Juicy as well as Darion, that aggression, that mechanical prowess, and as well as that duelist brewing in them, I feel like they will be coming out with a double duelist setup. Where we saw it on Haven
They
in
might.
the previous picks as well. Bleed have come out as that Reina and Jet duo combo, and also in the overall, I would say stats. If we talk about it, it is seen that Bleed have fared better against South Build compared to all their previous matches. So South Build will be looking forward to taking Bleed down as soon as possible. But South Build also need to be worried that if they lose this match, this is their last match in this, I would say, qualification stage. So South Build will close out their matches, and they will be only looking forward to, okay, this is now a scenario where nobody else needs to get a lot of victories or a better round differential, which looks a little bit unlikely after LVR have also lost a match.
But even if Southbuilt are not able to win this game today, I think they have a good chance of making it to the next stage of the
Yes.
tournament. 3 wins is damn difficult, and if they have 3 wins, then the only other team who can have something like that is probably Bleed.
Mm-hmm.
Even if LVR wins 2 whole games, I don't think the round differential is gonna help them out, because
No.
currently LVR have -2 in their
They
round
have only
differential.
one match.
Yeah,
So,
and they've only won one game, and they have like just one single game remaining. So they can't get to three at all. Uh,
yes.
Neither can Oasis and NKT. So I guess Group A is more or less decided already
Yeah.
about who's gonna be the winner.
We'll be switching into the head to head to quickly see what these teams or the individual players are packing. So, we were talking about if the chamber comes alive, and from Bleed, it is Darion. From the other end, we already saw Ja yesterday functioning real well. For yesterday, we saw him to be playing the Jet, but you can see the KD ratio. Ja has been performing better. I mean, Darion was not kind of enabled as to what we kind of expected. Even in the first match that they played, they had a tough time when they fought against LVR. So I think this does justify that Darion has not popped off of what we still expect from him. On the other end, Ja, on every match that he's played, he's just having a time of his life and just destroying the opponents on that chamber where he doesn't play the duelist.
Well, both these players are damn good on the chamber, but let's be honest, Darion doesn't need to carry his team, especially when he has other
Yes.
players like Juicy and Crazy Guy. Although Ja, on the other hand, while the rest of the teammates can carry their own weight, he is more often than not the spear of his team, the
Mm-hmm.
pointy end of their attacking side. I mean, of course, there are other players that you can rely on. Aziz is amazing, but
Oh.
Aziz needs to be set up by someone like either Papi Chulo or by Flippy to have success. Ja, on the other hand, can rely on success individually. He doesn't always need to
Mm-hmm.
be set up. So that one thing can come into picture. Darion is self-capable, so is Ja, but I can't really say the same for the rest of the members of South Built.
Yeah, I feel like South built in terms of how they play is very good. I mean, their defenses or how you would want to kind of figure a way through to push towards them, find an opening, and then get yourself an advantage is tough. But if you're able to pierce between their defenses, break that built wall from them, you can get around. I mean, they start kind of falling apart in places, and you can start picking up the individual pieces and then get the round for yourself. But it is not that easy. But again, Bleed are one of those really well established teams in terms of how they want to kind of sell a fake, how they want to kind of send a lurker around to annoy a player who grabs the attention, and the other side we immediately see an execution happening. So what can be the scenario is something that we'll get an idea when we see the agent selection. So let's jump into the agent selection for Icebox between these two mammoths, and we are about to start the match right after this.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. No surprises from the side of South Built Esports, although Bleed did surprise me with that Reina pick on Juicy. It's not unexpected,
Yeah.
to say the least, but I did assume that they would have at least one more initiator rather than having the Sage over there. On the other hand, South Built, they've gone for a KO on Aziz, and that seems to be a little bit of switch up, because we usually see Aziz on characters that can close in the gap quickly,
Mm-hmm.
like maybe Jet or Raze. Him on the initiator role, now that's gonna be a little weird to see, but it's gonna be entertaining nonetheless. There's not a single duelist on the
Yeah.
South Build side. So that also means that they have a lot of information and a lot of utility to work off of. But will they have the firepower and the trading potential? We'll have to take a look and see.
Looking at how Southbelt have kind of come up with this meta or the agent selection against Bleed, it looks like they want to shut down the players as much as possible with the Chaos Blade and whenever the null command is available to make sure that they're unable to use their utilities and give Southbelt the advantage of maybe a peek or maybe an overlook where they can immediately find a free kill. I think that is going to be a brilliant way to set it up for Southbelt for themselves because Bleed if you let them use their utilities and start taking kills, Juicy will keep running around. Darion will pick a kill and he'll just rendezvous out. Crazy Guy will give the enough information that is needed, and we know what more scary stuff can be done from Scary himself. So this is not going to be an easy matchup for South Build, but looking at how they've come up with the agent selection might help them starting off on defense. We jump into the players' scams, where we see how South Build are they calm and composed or having fun. For now, it looks like their camps they're calm and composed, but on the other end, Bleed yesterday were just having fun and laughing out. But today, you can see how serious they are. They know it's not going to be an easy matchup against South Build.
Oh, it's definitely not going to be easy. The last time these two teams have faced each other, Bleed was able to win both the times. Once in the GXR Grand Finals, where Bleed was able to win 3-2, and previously before that, Bleed was able to win 2-0 in a best of 3. Although the funny part is, in that best of 5 series where these two teams faced each other last time, in Icebox, we had Retla playing for Bleed. This time he's not there, so maybe that player change will affect the overall standings. Right off the bat, we can see that Bleed Esports have gone for a very fast tube push. Almost every single player going in this region except for Crazy Guy, who's holding the backlines and making sure that no pushes can come through from B main. But Juicy has already taken control of Hut and he's kicking ass. Let's see how they wrap around from this side, because they're going towards A. Not a single player is available for defense except for the Sage, and they lock themselves out. They go all the way from the top of the heaven region to get inside the A side, and no other response can come through.
Ooh, I think that was a quick wall where he kind of put his team in itself disarray, but right now Ja, I think the headhunter bullets are over, and that's the reason he's picked up a pistol. The headshot connects better from Ja, and he picks up a 3. And Juicy, even though he finds one, Flippy immediately on that trade, and that's going to be South Build picking up one. And you see that one minute mistake where, due to the speed and the chaos that was happening, that wall kind of failed. I feel like it had to kind of progress a little further, and he had to put the wall down, and that gave an advantage here for South Build to get that first round. And they're the one who's going to be coming up with the weapons.
I believe the plan over here for Bleed was to go towards the B side after taking control of Kitchen, and that's why they had Crazy Guy stationed right outside of B green corridors. But the moment Crazy Guy saw 3 South Build members pushing towards him, Bleed had to make a quick adjustment, and they went towards the A side thinking it would be empty. It was, but what they couldn't account for is that South Build will already have the positions which Bleed want to take in post plant, so that was a little struggle. Speaking of struggle, Papi Chulo also struggled to break the recon, but hey, it's all fine now. He's back to safe corridors, and he's put up that wall which will stop Bleed momentarily.
And he's denied the Altop as well, so that's a good one in terms of the wall that was put up. But Juicy still battling with the wall, will break it, but look at the hole coming in. And there's also a wraparound which is going to be cornering Bleed from maybe even making like a rotation. So it's going to be a tough one. Bleed have to commit here. They have the pistols, maybe at least get a plant for whatever they're trying to do, or maybe even drop a couple of weapons. Waiting for the right movement, Crazy. As soon as his recon goes, there's going to be a quick hit coming in from Bleed. Recon hits, looking for the info, and then the wall is up.
Oh, but it doesn't stop anyone from pushing through the wall. Pro at least takes one down before he finally hits the dust. But Juicy wants to extend further, and he is able to find some success. Flippy trying to pick players off as they fall back into their postman positions, but it won't be possible as Aziz also comes through. It's all up to Darion, and he will fall quickly. Plant not possible, nothing else can be done. Juicy tried his best to build some space for his team, but it did not come through. If only Bleed were able to plant the spike, they would have slightly better money right now. They wouldn't have to relinquish their full armor. They would have been able to buy not only their weapons, but also full armor. But hey, I think this is fine for them. Bleed have overcome bigger problems before.
Yeah. But again, this was not something that they have to be worried about, right? Because they are not the ones who bought up in the previous round. So South Build have taken a little bit of an economy deficit over there, so they'll work around it. On the other end, Bleed, it should be fairly there around this time. Papi Chulo, previously not too sure why he didn't pick up the Altop, but this time after the wall, he quickly picks it up, backs off with his teammate. But Juicy, he is still looking forward to that first blood. And also the hit seems to be towards A this time, and well established. You can see there is a trademark, making sure that there's no backstab that happened previously, but also mid aggression is being watched. So that's something that they have to check, as Tube is also being pushed. I think Scary got the idea and he's backing up with his teammates to help them out. Good recon, gives them a lot of info of the players on the side. Only one will be able to make it out, that's Papichulo, as the plant is being done from Bleed.
Well, finally, Bleed are able to succeed in their plant, and they've planted on top of the tower. This way, they can defend it not only from belt, but they can also spam it in case something goes wrong. South Build need information before they can start moving in. They need to know whether Bleed have already fallen back towards belt, or they're all defending near 410, which seems to be the latter for now.
Bro, looking forward to any players who are peeking. Darion is going to be finding the first. The duel with Juicy. It works in Pro's favor, but he does not have the health to play with. And as you said, there are a couple of players who are still playing around 410, which makes life even that harder for Pro to do anything further. And that, as I said, should be a Bleeds round, and they do prove it. Yes, a little bit of a difficulty, but having the weapon advantage over there and South Build not having the chance to take up that confident fight, put them down. But right now, it's an even standing as we see the buy-up coming in from South Belt as well. And finally, a fair round from both the ends. And from here, we will understand, Crips, of where the momentum is going to be going. Is it in Bleed's way, or is it South Belt after getting the first two pistols round?
Well, finally, we have a battle of equal arms and equal strength. Both the teams having proper weapons. This is going to be the one that determines who will continue with the momentum in this half. But Ja already has way too aggressive of an angle. He looks in the other direction to avoid the Lear, does a little bit of damage and falls back. But let's be honest, that could have been a kill. And Papichulo has already left this server.
Unfortunate losing a Sage. And look at this backstab is again being checked, but this time Scary, very aggressive, has taken such mid control as they're hitting A. One more falls and A is not completely like out of hands, but they're still trying to control it. Scary in the meantime, who's waiting for any mid aggression, finds Flippy over there, puts him down. JH finds one for himself as well. JH, Ja goes down, being the last surviving player over there, and that's another round for Bleed. And this looked fairly even more comfortable, Crips.
Yeah, definitely more comfortable. For some reason, all the South Belt members felt compelled to get a kill each. You saw how Pro peeked out of the left side of 410. Ja also held the right side. I guess the intention over there was to peek together, but the communications were a little bit off. And that's why they couldn't double peek at the same time. And of course, they can't. Ja can't fight the belt guy at all. He can only fight the guy on pipes. So there was a little miscommunication over there. Same happened on mid, where I believe it was Flippy who felt compelled to peek. And yeah, nothing came off of it. And Bleed got the kills they needed without even requiring to plant the spike. This time, once again, it's going to start off as an A hit, but will it end there? We'll see.
South Belt, this time not over-aggressing and being hungry for kills. But still a hold off. And Bleed have loved A with their setup that they've always done, and especially with that toxic screen cutting the site in half, which is kind of creating chaos and pushing. But look at Papichulo, he's over-aggressing. Juicy is reading that, and Darion also supporting, and Darion puts him down. But Ja with the swing, but Darion again with the trade. But look at the position Aziz, and I think this over-aggressive nature coming in from South Belt is bringing them to a tough situation. But Aziz with that flash, especially with the right click, capitalizes, doubles down, and makes it a little bit difficult here to beat, but with his own fragment doing a little damage to his teammate, but recovered.
At this point, all that Bleed need to do is to make sure South Belt cannot get their hands on any guns which have been dropped on the ground. It's down to a 1v1. Both the players have similar HP, but Flippy doesn't have a chance of recovering the gun. Darion wins it out.
That's gotta hurt. A brilliant round which seemed closer than possible here for South Build, where we thought, okay, this is not going to be a South Build round. Aziz brings it back. But that duel towards screen, I think if both Aziz and Flippy survived, it could have worked out over there for South Build. Nonetheless, a good round for them. At least they were able to do economy damage here for Bleed, so that completely their bank is not flourished. So Bleed will have to again keep trying to buy up, but because Bleed have been winning continuous rounds, they have good 4 to 5k in their bank, so which will enable them, even if they lose the round, to get something going. But look at the commitment coming in from the other end on Darion. He doesn't even pick up a weapon. He's like, I'll play with my Todak Esports. But on the other end, Ja also has made the same commitment.
So it's the battle of the Oppers for now. Unfortunately, Flippy doesn't have any of those big guns. He's only got a Vandal. The other person who can help him out will probably be in the middle of nowhere. No trademarks to his name, but he doesn't need any of this. Ja is able to shut them down, and he's got the spike carrier as well. Flippy peeks off of Juicy's re-aggression and gets the frag again, but Crazy Guy has snuck through from under Tube, and unfortunately he's good for only one. If only he held his trigger, he could have gotten off something better.
He has a spike, he might rush towards A and get the spike down and have the Viper spit down. He's slowly treading that way. Both the players from South Belt, they've entered B thinking that it should be a B hit. Now that they see no sign of Scary, they're reading it, and there's already one person watching mid. That's going to be Aziz. He's going to peek. He should get the idea. Ooh, I think the edge of his knee pad was not seen. Therefore, Aziz also has no idea, and Scary also no idea that there was somebody at mid. But Scary, a comfortable plan for him without anything to be worried about, and also I'm pretty sure he should be using the Viper Spit here in a 1v2 situation, and it goes down.
He enfolds the arm, enfolds the sight into his arms, encompassing the entire region over here. But he's not playing from inside the pit. He's just holding towards the very bottom edge over there. The flash definitely should give away Aziz's position, and now Scary has the world to work with. But Pro has the right idea. He's about to peek him at the right time, and he gets the better of him. Scary never anticipated him to be on top.
What a read coming in from Pro. Unbelievable. I mean, this is what I saw from Pro yesterday, that whoever he is with at the last point, or at least like a duo, which kind of is left out, Bleed do come out on top, especially with Pro or Papichulo. This time, Pro proves, and how well composed he was. He didn't want to kind of go bait with the spike, or even he didn't follow the footsteps of his teammate over there, Aziz, thinking that, okay, I'll try for a quick trade. Waited for the right opportunity, thinking what the other Viper might be thinking, and then just immediately waited in the nest and fought it out. What a round here for South Belt to bring it back and even the score. But as I said, because the bank was good enough for Bleed, they'll be able to buy up. But Aziz this time switched up his position, playing aggressively here with P. The 0 point might be huge, it might detect a lot. Yes, it does, but Juicy still delivers. That's gotta hurt, Crips. Oh, immediate counter with the Hunter's Fury to make sure Juicy pays and the trade is done.
Oh no, Flippy goes to the same position where Aziz was holding. He was hoping that maybe if I can hold the same position, they won't expect two guys to be in the same place, but it just has no effect on them whatsoever. And the resurrection nullifies the negative effects of the Hunter's Fury.
I think Flippy's intention was right in terms of he knew the resurrection will come, so he had to fight with somebody, but not having anybody to help him out, unfortunately, leaves his team in a disadvantage. 3v5 right now. The resurrection is there, but look at where the players from South Belt are being taken down. Wall right now has a gap, so there can be something that South Belt can do, but they're waiting for any peaks. But I feel like they might not actually commit to this, and looks like they're already maybe going in for a save.
Yeah, the save has already been called. South Belt will have to relinquish this round. And even if South Belt go for it, Bleed have post-plant lineups ready with the Viper. I don't think they even want to let the members of South Belt save. Take a look at where Bleed are going. They're going all the way towards attacking spawn, thinking they can probably find someone at mid. But nah, both these teams are way far away from each other. So no exit frags for either one. But Bleed definitely take the lead over here. At least South Belt have 3 ultimates available in this round. The moment Flippy died last round, he had the Viper Spit online. So this time he should be able to lock down one of these sites. And Papichulo will probably be saying, hey guys, maybe don't die in positions where I can't res you.
Because Papichulo playing on this Sentinel, we have not seen him kind of act really well.
Yeah.
Because on that initiator, he has that confidence as an individual. Also, he can perform and set up his team. But on the Sage, there's nothing as such of a setup. He has to just make sure that he talks to his team, relays this communication, and get better of it. But look at this Ja pushing up with the op. Who would even do that with the right mind? And there was Aziz nowhere close to help him.
He thought maybe he can catch the Sova off guard as he was in his drone form, but seems like Crazy Guy has faster reflexes, instantly disregards the drone and gets him out. Aziz at least makes up for what he lacked initially, gets a kill towards Oranges, and he spotted multiple people coming towards him. So the null command gets active and instantly deactivated as well. They finish him off as well so that they don't keep getting hit by those radionite beams and they can't be suppressed anymore. But what do South Build do to respond to this one? Pros holding an off angle way out in the open, not comfortable about this one, and now he won't even have a line of sight. Poor Darion. Sometimes it's Crazy Guy who comes in from under tube. Sometimes it's Darion. South Build can never really leave this area unattended. They are always scared about someone backstabbing them. Yes, sure, Flippy is able to get the kill onto Darion, but by this time, it's already too late.
Oh, look at the Hunter's Fury from Crazy Guy. He should be able to get it with the last tag, and yes, he does. A beautiful read. As soon as he understood that the Aldron is coming towards Snowman, he knew where the Aldron is there. From Flippy, recovering a weapon, brings it to a 1v1. So damn close it was. Ooh. Flippy, for a second, made us think that, okay, this is still possible. But this is what I said. South Build as an individual, I would say player from their team has that chance, but once you kind of break their defense, once you break that South Build's barrier in terms of how they have strategized to play, it just crumbles, and that's what is happening. That's the read at the first thing. Bleed is able to get the plant. I think if South Build play a little bit passive here, Cribs, maybe they do a lot more, because Bleed will not find a proper way to enter the side. But as of now, all these rounds that Bleed have won, it has always been South Build trying to go for that initial first bird and failing.
For a moment there, I was thinking maybe the Hunter's Fury isn't necessary. They've already got this round in the bag. Yeah, but then Flippy showed us exactly why that Hunter's Fury was necessary. If he was not able to get that kill with the big bad laser beams, Flippy would have probably been able to clutch. With both the sides having used up most of their major ultimates, only one remains on South Build, the Resurrection. I can't really call the Reina Empress a full-blown ult because it's only a single-man buff. But unless the Reina pops off, that Empress won't really make that much of an impact to the round as much as the Resurrection will. So far, the only time Bleed have lost their rounds is when South Build completely stopped them before the plant even goes down. But every time the site, every time the plant does get, every time the plant does go down, Bleed will win. The only time they lost a round post-plant is that 1v2 which the Viper had to pull off and he failed.
Another round here, but this time South Build have to play on an eco. Good read coming in from Bleed that they know they should be again aggressive, because South Build, that's how they're playing. Aziz this time he'll not be going down. Papichulo playing with him, but Papichulo might just go down here in the duel, but Ja immediately finds the trade in Jihad. So Resurrection is not going to be there in both the ends, but Juicy is just making South Build pay at this point. Slowly creeping across is going to be Flippy, who's pushed up from A main and then looking forward to pushing a B main or catch somebody on rotation. But Bleed have no intention of rotating. But Ja, he's pulled up an entire round yesterday with just his headhunter. So if they're allowing him to get a lot more of these shots connected, I think this round might just be in the favor of South Build.
South Build just need to wait for a little bit. Flippy is already on the backside and the trademark did not spot him. It goes undetected and he's already behind them without Bleed having any idea. Unless Juicy can liberate some pressure over here, this is South Build's round. But Crazy Guy gets the kill onto Ja. Scary now needs to check behind him. It's up to Crazy Guy to make first contact, but he doesn't know where Flippy is. Oh my god, they just went right past each other. No.
Discipline at its finest here, Crips. Ooh, they're not even looking in the other direction.
10 seconds
And look
left.
at oh, the timing. Flippy went to yellow, and that's when Scary looked at him. And now Crazy Guy knows where he should be playing. A brilliant snake bite. The leg was seen, but the shoulder was better for Flippy to eliminate Crazy Guy. And what a clutch being pulled out. He waited until Darion went out, and Ja, he made sure that he did do some head blowing kills over there, because that headhunter just blew them off the waters.
The headhunter, the trigger discipline, just knowing when to press mouse one can make such a big difference.
Yes.
One enemy. Spike planted.
I was kind of worried that if Flippy gets detected over there, this whole patience play that Ja was trying to pull off will go to waste. But man, oh man, Flippy delivers when his team needed them the most. And it was a near thrifty that they were able to pull off. Almost every single person on the team had no weapons except for the ones they saved in previous round.
Viper Pet used early to get control of A, but look at Aziz trying to still push up. Aldron tags him and immediately tries to back off, and they're not fighting with him. Papichulo gets one for a player who tried to fast rush tubes. But look at this, they're still fast rushing mid, and Crazy Guy, what a connection on Pro. And now, unfortunately, look at who's stuck. It's going to be Flippy, the man who clutched the round. They're going to be going all the way across his Viper's pit and getting the plan down. But Scary, he's pushing his limits. He's still looking forward to if there is a chance to find Flippy. But Flippy, it feels like he might be just leaving his Viper's pit and climbing on Nest.
Oh my god, Crazy Guy is gonna hold this angle towards this wall. I don't think they can check it. The crossfire between Crazy Guy and JH, it's next level.
Aziz, he puts Crazy Guy down. This brings it to a 3v2. Wait, make it a 2v2 right now as Juicy is making sure the numbers are even. Aziz trying to get inside. The Lear does annoy him, but the plant is not favorable. But there's still half the fuse being stuck, and then Aziz will try to go for a fight. Ja goes for one with Juicy and takes a player down, and Ja doubles down immediately, seeing the shoulder of Scary, and that's another round from Southbuild to equalize the score. Ooh, this match is getting interesting now as Southbuild are making their way into the game.
This is ridiculous. Oh, what an adjustment from Bleed, and every time Bleed have tried to go for a similar adjustment where they go from mid to A, they don't really succeed. We saw this in the pistol round as well, and this is the second instance of Bleed pulling off a mid to A take. Sure, they were able to get the early kills and they bypassed Flippy's Viper spit, but because they planted that spike in a very weird spot, they really didn't have any solid post-plant positions to hold from. Even the crossfire seemed amazing, the one on the back of that barrier orb, which was being held by Crazy Guy and his friend, but it failed because Crazy Guy felt compelled to pick up a frag or two. Ja feels compelled to shoot, and his position's been revealed. They know where the two of their forces, and now they will avoid him like the plague.
Ja has been like going on that momentum of finding kills, so they know if he finds one with the 2D force as well, he's not going to be backing off. Looking forward to a lot more. Good decision of going away from him. But in the meantime, they were worried about the Aldron spotting one of the players at mid, and it did give away the idea that they're still around mid. And look at the B hole. It's going to be a tough one to fight and come out of, but Aziz is walking into a trap. I mean, he was walking into a deathbed, but he finds one on Juicy. Immediate trade coming in. The resurrection is going to be there, but Papichulo making life difficult, and he's just spraying them down, gunning them down. Pulls off a 4 and just backs off. He's given his team the advantage that they needed, and also to a chance to take this lead away, and they do it. Papichulo, we were just missing him in action clips, and he comes up huge.
This is the battle stage that we had been waiting for. For a moment over there, I thought that Bleed fell back only to avoid Ja's 2-their force. And while they accounted for that to be online, they could never account for Papichulo to turn into a demon like this, channel all that hellish energy from the Nether Realms, and beam down Bleed with an unholy force. What on earth was that performance from Papichulo? Absolutely stunning.
They were worried about Ja until now, and now they have to wonder about now Papichulo coming alive. It's making life very bad for Bleed. But yes, the scoreline looking fair and decent for both. 7-5 Southbuild will be feeling better about it, but look at this setup. Both having an AWP as well as a Vandal, because again, their economy was a little bit better. But Crazy Guy wondering if somebody's going to be coming too. But look at the play being done from Bleed. They wanted to kind of play very slow, but they've played slow enough that they've emptied B completely. There's nobody at B here from Southbuild, and this might be just a walk in here and run in and get a quick plant. Hunter's Fury to clear anything on side from Bleed, but they don't find any connection. In the meantime, slowly coming close on the mid push is going to be Ja. He should be finding a free frag on Crazy Guy, but the swing does not work. Now there's another one looking forward to Crazy Guy, but is being read. On the other end, Papichulo had pushed the belt. He gets one, so it's back to a 4v4. They have the resurrection online, but they need to be quick because the spike has been planted.
Ja comes back online. Scary defending the back lines. Meanwhile, there's only two people coming in
Oh,
from
Darion!
front. Darion holding this off angle, which will go unchecked for the first part, but Ja comes through with the trade quickly enough. As soon as Scary realizes that there's multiple people coming in from behind, he deploys the Viper Spit towards green rather than towards the spike, which honestly I'm not against. Oh, Juicy standing true to his name. That wasn't indeed a juicy shot, and he goes through for yet another one. Ja takes the Viper Spit offline, but he can't win the round.
Ouch. Even for me, by just seeing
Switching
that
sides.
Guardian shot from Juicy, it hurt. And as you said, it's rightly was a Juicy shot coming through. Ooh. This is what something that I kind of love about Bleed. At the same time, kind of feel like if they're not allowed to do these stuff, then we don't see these amazing plays coming out from individual players of Bleed. So for South Build, to not let this happen, they have to put a stop for every player from Bleed's end. And on the other end, Bleed, they have to find a way to get in between the defenses of South Build. But now the defense has switched over and is given responsibility to Bleed in the second half. So it's South Build to figure out how will they be fighting with a zero duelist setup on attack with a lot of utilities to play around. And yes, with the KO they can pull off something amazing, especially with the Sova also being there for information. But with no duelist, the confidence to run on the faces of the players of the Bleed will be less here, Crips.
6-6, I think the confidence can be somewhat intact. I cannot disagree with you over there. I think this is a very good half the way it's been pulled off. Given how weird Bleed played in this attacking half, not just the planting locations, but also the way they adjusted and the way South Build made them adjust, I can already feel that these guys have a lot of history between them. And they rightfully do. Bleed and South Build have faced each other so many times, and even on Icebox, even though it's a map that they don't always play each other on, you can already see the reads coming out from both these teams is phenomenal. And the adjustments they are making is not something you would see in a regular game of Icebox. It clearly indicates that these teams know each other well, and this is a match that we are lucky enough to see. We are lucky enough to be alive to witness this spectacle, this battle of the big brains that both these teams have. And now we need to see the Brawn. Scary needs to come alive over here on the B side as he's the lone defender. But I think he's already aware of this imminent B push. Look at the push from Bleed that's already happened. They've come out of A, main, and mid. They're already about to backstab South Build before they can even make a move. But South Build, they hold their ground. They were prepared for Darion to come through. But do they know that there's one more?
Ooh, Ja. The trademark gets put down, but look at Juicy. He swings around, finds two. And now he's trying to run away. Loses the duel with Aziz, but in the meantime, Crazy Guy takes one player off and Papichulo to going down. Makes life even more harder here for South Build. And yes, Crazy Guy doubles down after that, pulling himself a 3k to get this start here for Bleed and get that lead back.
And everything I said about both these teams knowing each other, it just fits so well in this pistol round as the storyline comes through. Who on earth would hold for so long in greens? Only a team which can expect Bleed to backstab them into 1 minute in the round. Even then, Juicy made this round so difficult for South Build. They were aware about this imminent backstab from Bleed. They intercepted it too. But the X factor that Juicy brings to the table is something that nobody can predict.
And you could see for a second also there, Ja was like, my bad, I'm sorry, I did not place a trademark. And he goes back to place it and then just gets punished for it. Nonetheless, this is an anti-eco advantage which should fairly be Bleed's round, and already Juicy picking up a Vandal, meaning that he is dead to rights, making sure this is an easy round. Not even a single weapon should go out from Bleed's players. So it's going to be very tough for South Build to even find a spike plant or even a player to be dead from Bleed's end.
I love JH's position. He's going to play off of Reyna's contact. So since Reyna got spotted, they will assume that there's only one player towards 410. But they don't know that JH is also holding a similar cheeky angle. And JH gets a free flag onto Papichulo, who never expected him to be there. Look at the wall. It forces them to swing so wide into the crosses of not just Scary, but also Juicy at the same time. JH basically baited his teammates and played South Build like a fiddle. They don't lose a single weapon. Hell, none of the players even step below 50 HP.
I mean, at this point, South Build, they need to find a new way to take the players of Bleed down, a new approach. Otherwise, they'll be just trying to walk in or trying to go for a fight. Bleed will be holding an angle and immediately popping an head off, and then South Build will rattle around to figure out what should be the next move, how should we overcome, and how it should we over adapt here. I feel like if that, it'll just be a snowball effect, and Bleed will be just getting a lot more in terms of the round. And look at Darion.
I can't use that.
He wanted to destroy the knife and then thought maybe not. But look at this. The Aldron will tag him and send him back to the next. But in the meantime, quick trades coming across will still keep South Build up in terms of the numbers.
Okay, this is a little funny now. With South Build having pushed up all the way towards B, Bleed find themselves compelled to push A, and guarantee that there's absolutely no backstabbers or nothing funny happening over here. So, sure, Bleed now are aware that the plant will imminently go down on B, but what can they do about it? Absolutely nothing. But then again, this was a bonus round which they weren't supposed to win. They were just supposed to cause economic damage. So let's see if they can do that.
It's 4v3 situation. Crazy guy along with JH inside. One player on the backstab. Now can Skady do anything? Yes, he's being a thorn and the prick on back. In the same time, JH picks on, but that's all he could do as his entire team immediately falls. So 2 weapons dropped. Neither here nor there, not too much for South Build to be worried about, or even Bleed to be worried about, because as you said, it was their bonus. So right now Bleed will come up with a buy, but not just any buy. It's going to be an operator in the mix as well, which will make life even tad difficult here for South Build if they're trying to go in for long range fights or entries itself. And entry is going to be made very tough. As you can see, Darion positioning himself where we generally see the Vandal players having that headshot angle. He's right now holding belt from there. Oh, wait, he's actually pushing up.
Oh, I'm surprised. Not only does he miss that shot, but he gets dinked in the head. The moment they are unsuppressed, JH is gonna heal him, so no problem that way. But at least they've, at least South Build have figured out where the operator is, so now they can avoid it. Unless they want to pull off a bleed, you know, deliberately push into the 2 force. That was the round where Papi Chulo popped off with that 4K.
But Darion, look at him. He switched position, pushed up mid, and right now looking forward to a frag. But oh, the poison cloud, brilliantly timed, lets them cross over back to A.
Here.
They're still assuming that the operator is gonna be on A. So if South Build do A, it's gonna be them engaging the beast head on. They don't know how or where the players of Bleed have repositioned. They can only assume that the operator is holding this angle, and that's why they're taking this sweet time to not only get elevation, but also waiting for the entirety of Flippy's fuel to come back online so they can activate this toxin screen and then rush in. JH just wants to delay this push for as long as possible, hoping to buy time for his fellow teammates to come online and come in for the rotations. The cavalry has arrived. Crazy Guy and Juicy Guy now start to pop off. Darion going around the other side. Will they be anticipating him? Yes, they will, but they can't pre-fire this one. Ja and Aziz don't win the duels. Flippy comes a little late from mid, and by that time, his team's already dead.
A couple of seconds, if Flippy was there from mid, this could have turned the other way around. But you could see South Build losing players. They knew they had to fight it out and figure out who comes out on top. They tried their best, but at last it was just Bleed who were the ones, and especially you could see how quickly they were able to manage once they saw that there is no action or not even a couple of utilities being dumped towards B. Whereas a couple of like 5 seconds ago where Darion got hit, he immediately rotated to B. That tells us just playing on an info how much Bleed are able to do. But look at this, Ja thought he could go for a fast mid undertube push, gets punished through the smokes of the poison cloud.
No more players detected towards mid-tube. And that probably means that Bleed can once again push out a tube and try to go for a pick or two over there. You have Pro heading towards B all by himself, hoping to sell a fake, but that's not gonna happen. South Build, they can't sell this fake. Bleed don't bite it. And the moment Bleed start to relinquish A side, so do South Build, because they realize, hey guys, we can't take A without the spike. Darion at least stops them from... Oh, no way! No way he hits that Colat! This is ridiculous! He's making it look like a deathmatch!
They're just walking into his scope, and so he's more than happy about it, and this is what I was worried about. And look at him casually snacking as well in between rounds. He's
Oh.
like, guys, I didn't have my meal, so I'll have a meal in terms of a couple of kills as well as I have IRL meals.
Yeah, a demon requires his nutrients, his blood sacrifice. So not only is he bloodthirsty in the game, but also IRL. I saw a little cup with a straw in it, so I
Yeah,
can
it's a
only
boba tea. I think it's a boba tea buff as well, which we saw
Ooh.
yesterday.
Ooh. Wait, are you sure it's boba tea or are you just assuming it is?
No, we saw a boba tea yesterday, so I'm calling it for today as well.
Nice. I don't know any places that serve boba tea in my town, but I could probably use some coffee. Anyway,
Round
Bleed are
started
the
back
one.
again.
Yeah, we're back to square one now. Bleed have their buff. Southbill needs some nutrients. Can they find the nourishment enough to push through this one? They're once again going for a contact play on A, trying to make no noise. They haven't even deployed their Viper's wall or smokes yet, so they're hoping that this will surprise Bleed, but Darion is ever prepared, ever ready.
That movement itself with the operator tells, as you mentioned, he's ready for it. But look at this again. Crazy guy thought he could push up, but as soon as the poison cloud came up, he just backed off and is just waiting on tubes. But in the meantime, Scary, look at such a long angle that he's playing, and Ja will not be ready for it. ADS taps coming across, and Ja is down, so they are in trouble. There is resurrection still available, a quick toxic screen, but Crazy guy on top of the wall. Oh, this is making life even more difficult. They cannot fight with Crazy guy without swinging him. The resurrection comes alive, and they don't have the idea that Crazy guy is on top of the wall. He picks up one and immediately drops down. All they wanted to do just fails because the wall gives the boost for Crazy guy. But look at Ja and Flippy making life even more tougher right now. There's a small gap where JH as well as Juicy are trying to fight. They bring it to a 3v2 situation, and Flippy, he says it's getting difficult. Let's put on the Viper Spit and create a
Last player standing.
immediate. Oh, this is going to be tough. This pit is nowhere helpful for him right now because he has to be worried about so many players. Even though he built up a fort for himself, doesn't work out, and that would bleed furthermore and give them 11 points.
The only two kills that Southbuild were able to get were onto Crazy Guy and Darion, and that too because both those players from Bleed felt that it was necessary for them to stop the plant, and that's why they had to peek. I mean, sure, they had the kills already, but the moment they decided to peek, Southbuild were able to punish them. If they did not do that, if they displayed a little more discipline, then Southbuild wouldn't have been able to get even those two kills. And the moment the Viper Spit went up, Bleed decided, hey, it's absolutely useless to go into the Viper Spit. Why don't we go around it? Let's go towards the right-hand side of yellow, pick up all the kills from there, and then pinch the Viper from both the sides, from behind as well and from the front, after we've taken yellow control.
South build one more round. If they lose, it's done for them. Bleed will be having match point. And look at Darion in this scope. He has the right read, but the swing coming in from main, he pushes him back. But Scary is still holding close up green. It's going to be making life difficult, but he's still trying to combat here. Loses the deal with Aziz, but quick trades coming across. Hunter's Fury out, making life even more difficult and troublesome as they wanted to push B. South build immediately changed their approach, but would it matter? They have just two players. They don't have a resurrection as well to play with. And utilities, yes, some, but they're making a lot of noise as they're heading mid, and they're already two players holding this angle, but one is enough, and Crazy Guy pulls off a 3-1 after this Hunter's Fury. That puts Bleed at match point and at a spot where they'll be able to close Icebox in their favor and put South build on a deficit.
That's right, Bleed are about to finish this off right here and now. Historically, a mid to A push has not worked for either of these teams. Bleed couldn't pull it off. Southbuild definitely had no chance of pulling it off because they did not even have the numbers to do so. At least when Bleed tried it, they had all 5 members alive. Now they are having their backs against the wall. Bulldogs, Guardians, half armor, whatever money can buy, Southbuild will try to afford it. But that juicy knife, it detects every single person. Of course, he has to pay for it with his life, but that's valuable information. 4 players being detected on A. That means Southbuild are going to hightail it towards the B side at full speed, as fast as their nimble feet can carry them.
They're getting the spike down as well as quickly as possible, but this time Flippy does not have his Viper Spit because he used it previously. Hunter's Fury coming out very early just to delay this retake coming through. Ja quick on that headhunter again, takes one player out, but look at Papi Chulo. I think this was red. There was a trap in tube, And that's the reason they know that there's somebody at kitchen. But the resurrection, it was there, but Scary doubles down. And look at Papichulo just walking up and Juicy reading him. And the last player right now fighting for survival. Pro brings it to a 1v1 situation. Doable if he connects the Guardian shot. But look at Darion with the Headhunter. Doubles with the shot. And the second one connects, putting him down. And that is Bleed to close it all off here against Southbelt on Icebox.
Ooh, what a round.
Not too sure who JH is celebrating with.
Okay. Wait,
No
these
idea.
guys are not in their boot camp, right?
Yeah.
They're probably in their own houses.
Yes,
so
they're
this-
playing comfortably from their homes, but yeah.
Well, in the comfort of their own homes, comfortably in the game as well, they have now taken down Southbelt. The team that had been leading this group 3-0 has finally been overthrown as Bleed take their rightful place upon the throne.
Oh, that's gotta hurt, I would say, because Southbelt, after the switch to the second half, were able to only get one round in their bag. Crips, only one.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Bleed just ran through them over there. So I don't know what they could do. This zero duelist setup coming in from their end, Aziz not playing the duelist did actually kind of put them to a pace where they were not ready for, I feel like, where you could see Bleed were there to command the pace. They were always in the driving seat of however they wanted to kind of fight in any direction. You think about B main fight, they were the ones, I would say, making sure this is the pace that they want to direct it in. And Southbelt were functioning in that way. They had a reactive approach because they never had a chance here, Crips, to kind of push and kind of surprise Bleed players, right? They were never able to catch Bleed players off guard. So I think that's something that not having a duelist, either a Jet or a Raze on Aziz, made them get into such a difficult situation, especially on the attack.
Yeah, and it's not just Aziz not having a duelist, but there were a lot of roles and responsibilities, switch ups.
Yeah,
Papi Chulo,
Chulo.
the guy who's usually on the initiator, now playing a Sage. And it's not even like they wanted him to play a battle Sage kind of playstyle. They wanted him to hold back, even though Papi's natural game style is very aggressive. And this is not just in Valorant. Way back also, he was known to be that aggressive guy who will go in your face and kill you. So I guess the comfort factor was simply not present for Southbelt Esports. Although I do believe that the reason for them holding back and not playing aggressively, at least in the second half, was deliberate. I could be wrong over here. I could be theory crafting, but given the way the second round pistol played off, the way they waited for Bleed to backstab them, the way they were anticipating all of this, I guess Southbelt were relying a lot on getting picks, not aggressively, but they were just hoping that Bleed to some extent would go above and beyond of the safe zone. They would overextend and then hopefully they would be able to punish Bleed. But Bleed was surprisingly disciplined in this game. Southbelt did not get the openings that they wanted, and then they just had to play off of very little information, going for gamble pushes and hoping that Bleed don't stop them in the middle of their spike plant adventures.
I agree with you. Bleed were very disciplined, and especially reading like what kind of utilities are being sent across, and then knowing where to push at that same moment gave them always the advantage. Even in that pistol round itself, they waited to understand, okay, where is the hit happening, and once they understood, okay, it looks to be a B hit, and we see no noise being made at A, two players pushed up. Right, we saw Darion along with Juicy, both of them pushing up. A main cleared it off, took mid control, saw there is nobody at mid, and then sneakily wanted to push up. After Darion went down, Juicy immediately swung, seeing the trademark, which gave him two easy frags. I mean, they lined up over there for that headshot. So things like that happening put Southbelt on a lot of rounds on a disadvantage. We'll jump into the scoreboard, try to break it down further. Let's see what kind of worked for the side of Southbelt and how better it worked out in favor of Bleed to get this 13-7 victory in their favor. You saw Crazy Guy. I was worried about this guy yesterday, and it was kind of not him. It was most of the times Juicy and then Scary coming up, but Crazy Guy today went brilliant. I mean, Hunter's Fury also came up from him, and in terms of frags as well, he's the one right now taking the MVP spot from Bleed.
Yeah, he's taking the MVP spot, but he's not the only guy who was hitting shots.
Yes.
You have Darion on 21 frags, Juicy on 20, Crazy Guy on 21 frags. Man, if you've got 3 people in your team who are
20.
north of the 20 kill mark, you are guaranteed to win this.
Looking towards South Bill's end, it's not that great on the scorecard. You can see Ja, he was functioning as we expected him to, but as you mentioned, the roles that changed a lot from South Build put them in an uncomfortable situation. Pro wanted a duo to function with, but he did not have, because Papichulo, he functioned on a sentinel that is a sage, and Papichulo, as you said, it's all about the confidence and the comfort that you have when you're playing an agent. You are sure that you can play the agent, but you're not comfortable in terms of you going ahead and taking a fight, and that's the reason we saw a lot of times Papichulo, even though he intended to, he never could have had a chance to kind of push up and take a fight head on. But that's about South Build and Bleed, and as we were talking about South Build and Bleed, the fight to decide who will be the table toppers, it'll be Bleed finally putting South Build down, and with a 3-0 streak of themselves. Let's jump into the schedule, where after Bleed and South Build, there's one more interesting matchup waiting. As we did say, this day kind of will give you the conclusion of what can happen and what cannot happen. So NKT and Oasis, still in Group A, fighting for survival, is going to be a second match for the day.
Yep. We have Bleed and his South Built Esports. They both are fighting for the top spot. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of Group A, NKT and Oasis are fighting for their lives. Both the teams had a lot at stake, but at least when South Built lose, they don't need to hold their head down in shame, because there's a good chance that they can still make it to the next stage of the tournament. Although I can't really say the same for NKT or Oasis, because both these teams desperately need wins, desperately need points.
It's going to be tough for them, but then there is match 3, Fancy United, who yesterday came out to be one of those teams who kind of razzled and dazzled us with the play that they had. It's a match 3 that we'll be looking forward to, and Made in Thailand as well, looking forward to surviving in the tournament, making sure they get the second spot, because Group B has 3 teams except for Sharper still fighting for that second qualification spot. So Group A kind of almost decided here. South Built, unfortunately, yes, did take a loss, but I would say this makes LVR's possibilities null to kind of qualify, because both the teams are 3-3 and there is no way for LVR to come up. But let's see what LVR will be doing in terms of being a thorn in case of the last matchup. But right now it's time for a short break before the next match that we see, so take a short break, don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship, powered by AMD, presented by AMD, powered by Router, my bad, and VCT official off-season event. We are having a wonderful time here, especially after seeing Bleed and Southbuild going head-to-head. To start things off, oh my god, I was not ready for it. I mean, I thought maybe we would have seen a closer matchup, but this is something that we kind of have to agree with, right, Cribs? That as teams are getting comfortable in the tournament and understanding that this synergy and this playstyle is working for them, they're doing really well. Every team is functioning so good. I think this is just the boost of confidence that Bleed got after winning this match and now table topping after this.
Definitely. Bleed and Southbuild Esports, both of them had a phenomenal game. And even though Southbuild lost their top spot on their table, they don't need to worry. Given the amount of wins they have, they can still make it to the next stage of the competition. So these guys can hold their head up high. Meanwhile, NKT and Oasis, the odds just seem way too stacked against them. Both the teams have lost 2 games each. And even if they win this one, they're going to be tied up with LVR. And after that, they have just 1 game left. So one of these teams will reach the 2-2 mark. I still don't think that's going to be enough for them to take
Yeah.
them to the next stage of the tournament, considering that we are only picking the top 2 teams from each group.
It's gotta hurt, but let's jump into the game and figure out what Oasis as well as NKT can do here. NKT, we've seen them functioning very, very well, but I don't know how it's kind of not worked out here as of now in terms of NKT. I mean, they've had great starts, but eventually get put down, they get stopped. Yesterday, they got kind of completely wrecked because they tried to do something, but again, this is the same case. Yesterday, when we saw Bleed trying to fight and NKT trying to figure out how Bleed is trying to hit them from what corners and what angles, even though there were situations that NKT brought it so close, it was in a 1v1, looked favorable for NKT to win, but players such as Juicy coming out, Scary coming out, they're just like taking players down one after another, which made life difficult. And yesterday we didn't even see Dairy on his best form on that jet. So if NKT were taking down 13-1, I am worried for them in terms of what they can do better today against Oasis.
Exactly. 13-1 is a devastating scoreline. It's gonna be a scoreline that basically reduces your confidence. And in
Yes.
games like these, you need to be able to believe in yourself and believe in your teammates. We saw what happened when Southbuild basically doubted each other's crossfires and they lost to a team like Bleed. If
Exactly.
NKT had to suffer a loss like that, I can't even imagine what might be going through their brains.
It's going to be a tough one here for both the teams. I mean, one thing is right now, yes, we understand that the Group A doesn't seem to be open for anybody to take the top 2 spots because of how Southbuilt and Bleed have started off from their initial journey. So, kudos for Southbuilt and Bleed to play in that manner, where we thought that maybe Group A would have been group of death in terms of if every team functions really well. Victories and losses go both hand in hand, day in and day out. It didn't happen. But right now, it's Oasis and NKT to fight against each other to prove a point that we are better than another team. It's always a good thing that you get a chance to fight. And now with seeing Joute, Laz, QQ God, Rayguard, and XZE, it's going to be brilliant. Yesterday we did not get to see Wizard. Sorry, XZE, because he was replaced by Wizard, because of which the entire NKT's lineup had to quite change. And that is also one factor that we considered. Maybe getting in Wizard the last moment, and then Rayguard had to pick up the duelist, might have changed that XE's responsibility of playing the duelist, and the entire playstyle had to be changed.
So you're telling me that if these guys can bring XZE back, they might have a chance of winning?
Mm-hmm. I think so. With XE back today, might have a chance, but on the other side, they still have Oasis, who they have to be worried about it. And on that, they have Draxi, Marky, and Headhunter. Not counting out Coco and Nexi, but these 3 players with Marky on the duelist, they cause a lot of trouble. And I hope NKT are prepared for it to slow these 3 players down.
Well, let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Both NKT and Oasis fighting for tournament lives. Let's take a look at which map they will be playing today. Based on this map, maybe we can come up with some more theories on who will win. But both these teams need to bring their A game today. Whether it's roster changes that affect them or whether it's role changes that hinder them, they need to put all excuses aside and focus on the game. Without further ado, let's jump into the map veto and take a look at what these guys are going to be doing today.
Which map is it going to be where these teams are going to be fighting it out and calling themselves
Oh,
victorious?
Haven.
It's none other than Haven, which is going to be an interesting map because NKT yesterday had,
A
I
terrible
mean,
game.
yeah, I don't want to say it, but it's something that they have to kind of get out of
It's
it because it's a
okay.
nightmare for them right now.
Yeah, it's okay to not mince your words, Lucifer, because they got mince-meated yesterday at the hands of
Yeah.
Bleed Esports. Um, but NKT at least have played Haven yesterday.
Hmm.
And even if Oasis see their game from yesterday, it's not going to help Oasis do any homework because NKT will certainly change things. So, whatever research Oasis might have done, if they are basing their comp today on yesterday's games and on yesterday's NKT's match research, then it will probably be relevant because NKT have a lot of things to change. Based on the fact that Haven is going to be seen again, what do you think went wrong for NKT yesterday? Like, was it NKT playing not so well, or was it Bleed outperforming them? What would you attribute the win to?
One thing I would say which was crucial was a last minute change that maybe NKT made where Wizard came in as the standing, where that entire team's playstyle and who played the agents changed. That affected NK to kind of have a understanding mutually of who needs to do what. I think that affected, and then yes, Juicy just blistering them out with that Reina. I mean, he was so scary in that same time, having scary on bleed and Juicy being scary at the same time while he was fragging out. I think that affected them a lot because I didn't see Juicy on the Rena's Empress, and still he was destroying players from NKT. So a little in terms of the change of the playstyle for NKT as well as Bleed functioning really well affected them a lot. So today with them having their comfortable 5-man roster should help them out. XCE with back on the duelist, not letting Rhaegar on it, and Rhaegar playing his role will help the team a lot to function better, which is necessary, especially in the qualification stages of the tournament. If you have mix and matches, which we talk about it, Crips, right? If you try
Hmm.
to do experiment in your qualification stages, it might put you on a disadvantage until and unless it's a surprise for the opponent.
Yeah, it could be a surprise for the opponent. And speaking of surprises, one thing that we are kind of forgetting over here is that Oasis have also faced Haven games before. Of course, NKD
Yes.
got destroyed 13-1 yesterday, but Oasis on day 2 were having a Haven game against South Built, which they
Hmm.
lost 13-11. They only lost it by one round margin, and that was a really close game. At that time, we had Marky playing along with Coco, Nexi, and Wildorio. We also had KVZ playing as a fade, and he was the one carrying his team. So
Hmm.
Oasis have also gone around with some changes, and it could be possible that if those guys come back in today, then we might see Oasis winning. Because comparing both the Haven games, obviously Oasis have the better scoreline. It's not
Yes.
like South Built are a bad team, so going 13-11 against them is a respectable scoreline. So you know what's that rule of maths? If A is equal to B is equal to C. If you
Don't
compare
bring
them
in
direct,
maths, Crips, please
yeah.
don't maths.
Okay, forget. I'm not gonna be CA over here. CA is the math.
Yeah,
He's the math
exactly.
enthusiast. But comparing both the Haven games, I would say Oasis has a better chance of winning because they had the better scoreline against South Belt.
Mhm.
Without further ado, let's jump into the next stage. Let's jump into agent selection. Let's see what these guys are going to be picking up.
I think it should be the same agent lineup that we should be seeing in terms of yesterday's changeup, but today it should be a comfortable pick. As I said, Marky playing on the Duelist, Coco playing on the Sage, Headhunter back with that monstrous fade, and then Nexi and Draxi helping with a Sentinel and a controller of their own. But this time we don't see Astra coming in, so that's something that I'm worried about. But in the meantime, we have NKT who is going to be having XZE, but
Mm-hmm.
of a surprise, Rhaegar is back on the duelist and XE plays on the Astra.
Yeah.
I don't know about this setup coming in from their end because I was worried about yesterday itself. Yesterday we saw Rhaegar on Jet, but today on Neon. And then even though XEZ's involvement is there, he's still not playing the duelist. Others are playing their own agents that we did see when they played yesterday, but I don't know, Crips, of what to make out of this. I mean, in terms of the agent lineup, it is good for both the ends. NKT have the speed, and also having Astra makes the Neon have a chance to kind of immediately take a player down who's maybe holding site in some pockets, right? But on the other end, that is not the playstyle that we have seen from NKT. Oasis, on the other end, Marquis is there. He's going to be blasting his way in with the satchels because they're starting on attack. So, in terms of agent selection, I would feel like both of them are right there. But just because the agent selection on the players, I feel like Oasis might just have the game.
Whew. I'm kind of worried about Drax stepping in for the team. We did not really see this guy in the matches so far, and Drax is the 6th player for Oasis. So for him to step in for the team is a big change. Yesterday we saw what happened when NKT changed their lineup. Oasis might have similar fate today, but with Oasis playing Omen instead of Astra, they have the chance of Drax lurking around a lot more and maybe even playing as a more setup guy rather than just helping his team execute. So I think that's a little positive aspect, but Drax will be a lot more available to trade as compared to someone like XCE. But that being said, a Sage being picked up by Oasis is somewhat weird to me. I thought we were done with the days where Sage was a staple pick on Haven. It's been so long since I've seen Sage being picked up on this map in the first place, so I'm hoping to see something creative.
I think NKT, this is their comfortable lineup that they've picked up previously. Also, they played the same, so it has worked out for them. As you mentioned, yes, we'll not be seeing Wild Oreo. It's going to be Drax in that position, but not in terms of the agent roles that have switched up, right? So I feel like Oasis are going to be comfortable with the picks that have come across, but NKT, they have to prove a point here. They might have got XE back in, but can they actually still get that game going or rolling? Can they take down Oasis? And now talking about whether these two teams have faced off ever, not just talking about this tournament in any way, they haven't. So this is going to be the first time anything in terms of the rivalry can start budding and prove a point here whether we are better from this region or Oasis from this region is better. So that's something that we are also looking forward to, and that's the best part, right? When you have different regions fighting against each other, you see the best of another region, and then you see that what we also have to do a lot, and you yourself face such I would say immense learning as well in that competition. The curve just, like, rather than just being a small curve where you have ups and downs, it just exponentially rises and gives you a thought that okay, this is also something that we can do. And seeing these teams fight out here, Crips, I have seen a lot of new and different tactics come out, which you might have even not thought of, or some things that you kind of have died down. Like, oh, everybody has a read about that Fade as well as Paint Shell coming out, Fade Seas and Paint Shell lineup. That's too old. Nobody's going to be trapped with it, but it has happened in this tournament where none of us expected, even the opponents on the game time did not expect. They got taken down to that Seas and Paint Shell combo. So things like that, which you would have seen long time back, can still come alive here and throw the other team off guard.
So that is a possibility, the Sage and Paint Shell combination. But you speak of some of the other combos over here, especially ones with Breach. They are even more predictable.
Yes.
Especially because Breach's footsteps are also so distinctly unique. You can hear that metallic thump every time he moves. He makes a single footstep, the entire game plan is revealed. And if you figure out where the Breach is standing, you can figure out where the rest of the players also would be. If at least not everyone else, you can figure out where the Chamber and Neon will be, given away Breach's position. So that is also a possibility where NKT can be predictable. All those combo plays might be somewhat seen through, but considering that they have an Astra as well, at least when Team NKT is on the attacking side, if they go in for an execute heavy setup, then the Breach and the Astra with all the utility combined can carpet bomb and stun the entire side and basically every position where you can hold from. In a situation like that, Oasis will have only two choices: either to go for super aggro picks before NKT can set up their execute, or play completely passive and give the site up for retake. There can never be an in between. They can never play from the site itself. They will either have to push up and take the fight to NKT in the first place, or give it up completely.
As we jump into the players' cams itself, you can see Oasis calm and composed, just like we saw the previous matchup. It's not all smiles across or fun, but Team NKT, a couple of the players have smiles and a little bit laughs going around. So one thing I am looking forward to NKT is, yes, we talked about like the switch up in terms of the agent. One thing that we missed out yesterday was QQ got functioning really well. I mean, there was a point where me and CS said that after the match, maybe QQ God needs an entire ice pack to kind of calm his nerves over there and the entire hand, because it would have been too fiery hot. That's how he was functioning on the attacking half of Fracture. So yesterday not having a great day, and then today I'm looking forward to if QQ God can make a comeback in terms of his form.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The teams are ready. NKT starting on defense, Oasis starting on the attacking side. I'm kind of nervous about this one because on paper, NKT have a much stronger attacking side as
Yes.
compared to defense. And with both the teams starting in sides which they are not exactly the most comfortable with, I have a feeling that the team that walks away with the bigger advantage in first half will determine who wins the game. Because the second half can be, I guess, more or less equal. As much as firepower NKT have on the attacking side with that setup, Oasis on the defense will be much more capable of holding their ground with the Sage.
Started the pistol one to decide what's going to be happening. Rhaegar spamming the wall to find some connection, but the quick switcheroo to Seaside, which is still being held from QQ God as well as XE. It's going to be a tough one. QQ takes one, but the pain shell just takes XE out, so they've lost the controller. QQ God trying to hold that fumble, fails, and now the entire site has been given up.
And you mentioned the C's paint shell combination. It's as old this time, but people still fall victim to it. Maki doesn't get fully flashed, but Jaute still is able to get the better of him. Coco, Drax, all of them just swarm the CT entrance with bodies and spray anybody down who's trying to come through.
Quick take. I mean, I thought after QQ God getting one, they would have some kind of a setup to slow things down. Nothing worked, and after XE falling down, everything just broke apart, and the entire side and the round was given away. And now with the advantage coming in, Oasis, my bad, will be picking up that entire anti-eco advantage, buying up weapons. But looks like Headhunter, who's KFZ here that you can see in the player name, Headhunter is going to be sticking to the Ghost, which he is more than happy, I guess. But this time Coco again the similar jump peak that he did in the previous round, but quickly running towards B this time. But this time they've heard a lot of noise because their players were stationed at A-Link. Brilliant relay bolt. Nothing to do with it.
Oh my god, the amount of utility being dumped over there is insane. Oasis spraying everybody down with the Spectres. Absolutely no prisoners taken over here. Laz somehow manages to lurk around this smoke, plays ring around the rosies with it, and is able to take at least 2 men down, but that's about it. That's all she wrote for him. And XZ has a near impossible task written on his back. Maybe a bullet to his name as well.
Yeah. The headshot, and that's going to be around. Again, written for Oasis, but right now NKT, they should be back on their comfortable buy and finally look forward to picking up a round in their full buy. Otherwise, if this goes, it should be still a bonus where NKT will be playing, because there were a couple of players who didn't buy up in the previous round, just keeping the Spectres, and they did have 3 weapons still alive after the round. So they are still maintaining that bonus, but Laz, he was still in sewers, so they did not check it completely. They thought after taking Rhaegar down it was over, but it wasn't actually. But right now, is the match over? Can Oasis get their bonus converted as well? Is a question to be checked. But look at this, a brilliant read coming in from QQ God, hearing the shouted step. He takes the Drax down, and now no controller here for Oasis in case they want to go for fast execute, so they have to flush players out and initiate the duels.
No smokes available, which means they can't bamboozle the opponents either. If they have to take a fight, they have to just make sure that they nullify every position with paint shells or either slow ops. But I got holding a very narrow angle. I'm not really sure about this one. It kind of makes me nervous because Nexi has a similar advantage if he peeks with the Bulldog. They're trying to make a contact play towards B now. Horn, paint shells, all of these go through, but they can't really capitalize on it because the fort line holds them at bay. Even the wall has been broken down now, so the chances of planting are down to nil. But they give up on B and they're making a play towards C right now.
Ooh, the showstopper does put down XE again. Caught in the same position in where we saw the pistol round, and now all of a sudden the number advantage is in the favor of Oasis. Now close range fight with the Spectre might just work out for Maki. He did make it, but Laz doubles down and takes down the last as well for a 3k to get that first round for NKT. Ooh, that was too close. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. Yes, a round victory, but a big dent to the economy for NKT to work with.
I have to give credit to the Astra smokes over here. Every time XZE places a smoke in the middle of the site, whether it's on A, in between the short box and the default plant box, or as you saw in this particular round between the plant box and the backside, it gives so much room for the players of NKT to play around. It forces the Oasis players to take uncomfortable positions, spots where their crossfires are broken apart. And that kind of helps out NKT players to get more room and move into the site first. I hope he's staying alive long enough to help his team in every retake like this.
Bonus being field, Oasis will have to buy up, but they're the ones who will be happy because they'll have a full buy compared to their opponents right now. NKT having mixes of bulldogs, half shields coming in, but Maki walking into an unfavorable duel because QQ God's position will be unexpected. But oh no, the Prowler gives away his position. Thankfully, the Rendezvous helps him to run away, but he's done the damage on Headhunter, and now he's backed off. Unfortunately, fortunately, Oasis, they do have a healer. So getting back to close to full health is something that we'll be seeing on Headhunter, but the recon,
Bye-bye.
too much power. It's sent to maybe a next best of 3 that when they qualify.
If they qualify.
Oh, yeah.
Rygaard spots the barrel. He realizes his position was good over there, but at this point it's just better that he falls back. Gives the information to Laz, who's gonna send through that Hunter's Fury, and he's at least able to get one on the back of it. Coco desperate to trade, now rushing down the corridors of A long. He decides against it because he's heard 2 players rotate towards the A side yet again, and now they will try their luck on B. The only defender over here is gonna be QQ God, and he's got the right timing. He almost could have gotten the second kill as well. He's good for only Nexi's frag, but it's fine because there's barely any time left. They can still deny this plant with the aftershock, and they almost had it. At least XE is able to stop Drax from crossing over. Coco caught in the near impossible 1v3, but they're all isolated. If he can boil this down to separate 1v1s, he has a chance of doing so.
He can bait res as well here to kind of get that attention track to him, but look at the position. They're not even expecting a lineup for an ace.
Must I do everything?
Coco, the battle sage comes alive. Who would even thought that a round where they did not have an advantage, did not have the numbers, and especially after getting a plant losing Drax as well, Oasis are still able to bring it back. Coco proving a point that it's not necessary for you to be an initiator or a duelist. Sage with the ability to only heal herself and to try and slow the opponents down still can get an ace clutch out.
Yeah, the first frag towards A for trading, second 2 frags just going into the B side, trying to go for the plant, and then he just isolates every single frag. A stylish double spray down to finish it off. This man's got not only the style points, but also the important round points that his team needs. Drax backs away at just the right moment, but he had the right idea. Oasis identified that NKT had 4 players stacked towards the A side, so they decided to go towards C, which is relatively unguarded.
Playing on the retake here. NKT given up the site, but look at Maki. Oh no! Tried to climb and he broke that wall and made a little bit of a disadvantage here. Gets spammed through the gap that was there. Maki will not be happy about that at this point. But again, NKT, they're not playing on a good buy this time. So therefore, this should be an easy round coming in for Oasis. But the last ping catches Maki. A brilliant fault line. Tags 2 and the Nova Pulse hits him again. Coco is trying to save the day, but Rega takes a player down. Nexi helping out after the concuss goes away along with Coco. It's a done round with XE being the last person surviving when he gets put down. And that's a 4-1 for Oasis.
Somebody will probably abuse Drax because his paranoia not only hit every member of Team NKT, but it also hit Coco So
Oh.
that must have caused a little bit of panic, but hey, they win the round regardless, so it's fine.
Yeah. Good try coming in from NKT here, even though they were on the weaker buy and playing on an eco. Tried to do damage, but again, NKT, they're doing damage, but damage is not enough. They have to figure a way to get rounds. Opt out this time. NKT, they have a big buy, and just like that, Jaute picks up one and getting the first blood out, making life there difficult for them by taking down Coco, who got an ace, was very crucial. Which means there's no more resurrection, and that enables QQ to be more confident, and he takes one more player down. That goes the controller.
Yep. First frag on mid, the other frag on C. They've got this in the bag.
Oh, look at the fault line setup.
Pulling him in.
Oh, he's not just stunned by the fault line, but also gets pulled in. This was a setup that Marky had no chance of surviving. As his name suggests, he was marked for death in this one. But hey, if Oasis can at least get the plant down, then they have a chance.
Spike planted.
Even if they lose this round, they won't suffer the economic consequences, so they can still continue with the momentum.
Oh, the timing! Nexi is able to take down the operator, but now it's all up to the headhunter. The flash swing is going to be good, and no vision for headhunter over there. Jaute with a 3k here as he started off the round with the first blood, puts NKT on board to get their second. They are having trouble here, Crips, but looks like they are slowly but steadily making their way in, and Jaute was very responsible for this round at least. Both that fault line setup along with the gravity well, not letting Maki run away, and also picking the first blood and to put the last player down.
Well. 2-4. Oasis, they're starting to suffer economically, but they still have plenty of money in the bag in case something goes wrong in the next few rounds. But this is a golden opportunity they've been handed. If Oasis beat NKT in this round, they will successfully break their economy, shatter it into pieces. The only thing worse than losing a round is losing a round after immediately winning one. And this can shatter NKT's economy. Of course, they have different plans. They've identified so many players being present over here. The Rolling Thunder goes through, but Jaute still falls. Nexi, he returns fire. And the Rolling Thunder paid off absolutely no dividends. It's a disaster.
And that ultimate set them up for their own deaths, their own losses. And it's all up to two players right now. QQ got
Spike planted.
along with his Astra. And what was that position? He just gets spammed through the wooden wall. The only hope right now is recover the operator and back off, and that's what XZ is doing right now.
Yeah, but I don't think they'll let him save this one. Given the economic situation right now, especially now that it's about to be a flawless, Oasis can afford to throw away weapons just to make sure that NKT don't have the operator in the next round. And NKT are broke, except for this one op that they save. They will have absolutely no weapons next round. Sure, they can put together a scrappy buy with their Spectres, Bulldog, maybe half armor at best, but this was not supposed to go down this way.
I mean, the setup was good, and again, an immediate fault line also being sent out over there from Jaute, but that paranoia, which did not give him any vision, and Drax immediately capitalized on top of that. If Jaute would have picked up Drax, he could have done a lot more damage, even though he would have lost a couple of players at A main. At least the CVS control, A shot control would have been still kept. And maybe NKT could have backed off from there and tried to kind of calm themselves and wait for what Oasis's next approach was. But before they could do anything, everything just fell like dominoes.
Yeah. And Oasis felt compelled to do something on the back of that ultimate. And they fed into Nexi's to the force.
Yeah. Sad for them, but right now another round started. The gap is not too big for NKT to be worried about, but they have to still start pulling rounds. Op fails again, the one which was recovered, and Coco with the Vandal delivers a blow.
That's a sharp blow as well. It's going to be difficult to recover from that one. Oh,
Almost out.
He's got a
with full speed, he's going to try to make a cross, and at least he recovers the op again. I don't think they want to defend C anymore. At least NKT have the right read. They realize that Oasis are not going to hit the C side just because they got a pick over there. And Oasis realized that NKT have an eco round, so they might be stacking a site or maybe going for something risky. So they don't want to walk into any traps. Although how XZ survived over there, that's just beyond me.
Yeah, he shouldn't have. But thankfully there was those wooden boxes. He did survive, but look at this, the ultimate coming in from Draxi.
No
He still
way.
commits to it. And his team is also pushed in. It was up to Rhaegar, but Rhaegar after picking one goes down, and Drax just swinging, looking forward to kills, at least for that from the shadows. Give me one, and finds one towards the defender spawn. And that's done. Who would stick after seeing an enemy right in front of you? But that's the confidence that Drax had, that his teammates are also pushing at the same time, and he just stuck there.
Yeah, even if the Omen died over there, the rest of the teammates would have followed up right behind him. That's what happens when you trust your team and you trust their momentum. And especially after Oasis were able to counter that rolling thunder momentum. That's like the hardest thing to counter, right? After they did that, Oasis think that anything and everything is possible.
This timeout is going to be very crucial for NKT, because I feel like now the previous round was kind of a broken thing for them. They were trying to eco over there as well. So talking about in what they can do here in this tactical timeout, and then trying to get through where they can actually get around, should break the momentum that Oasis had till now. If they don't, Crips, I feel like this is just a snowball effect that's going to be happening. Once Oasis have 7 on board, I don't even think there is a possibility of a 7-4 or even an 8-5. That's how Oasis are running right now.
Here we go. We're about to go live once again after the tactical timeout. NKT need a reset. And I mean a mental reset, not an economic reset, because they already suffered one.
Round started here. Oh, this time Laz is left alone at A, but in the meantime, look at the push out garage. Rhaegar backs off, but barely saving his life over there.
Yeah. He used his fast lane over there just to block vision and hop back to safety, acting like a rabbit. He's lucky that bullets only chipped away at him and not completely pierced him. Even if he got a kill, Oasis have the resurrection, so all his efforts would have gone to waste if he continued to push the envelope.
Ooh, Rax. Oh no, he still fails. What was that walk up from QQ God, and now he's taking up the orb. Joute to help him out.
Look at the other chamber though. He's in sewers. I don't think he's gonna get checked. The
Yeah.
Neon and the chamber right next to each other. At least Mark is able to get rid of QQ God, but onto its Asu was about to enter something very funny. Rygot gets caught off guard as he had no idea Nexi was right behind him. With both the chambers delivering one thing or the other towards each end of the map, Oasis still have the advantage. The resurrection comes through, all of them are online. And NKT, after
30
taking
seconds
so
left.
many efforts, especially Rygaard, he tried to make a play towards the bottom of garage. He failed. Tried to make a play towards the bottom of sewers. Once again failed over there. At least Laz has a chance to recover. Almost got the double. But hey, all that won't help because the heal will also come through. Coco is just being an absolute thorn in the side for NKT
10
members
seconds
because all their efforts are being
Spike
made
planted.
useless by this Sage.
Coco, I really love this wall. Look at Nexi. He has an angle to fight with over there, right behind the wall, where pretty sure NKT will not be expecting. But XZ, can he find some value where he's right now inside the tower? He gets pinged, gets tagged a lot, and running back. And I think that's another save being called. NKT quite frequently running for these saves, which tells us they are getting to that economy deficit and the snowball effect very near.
Oasis have already won this first half. There's not much that Team NKT can do over here.
Yeah.
It seems like Haven is their kryptonite. Whether they're up against Bleed or whether they're up against Oasis, they just simply cannot get anything done. And at this point, Oasis have so much money that they don't even mind throwing their weapons away just to make sure NKT can't
Yes.
save theirs.
This round was so good, but overcommitting over here.
Oh, wait, I really wouldn't call this overcommitting because keep in mind, NKT up until now, except for this round, they've played it passive. They've only just held their angles. They haven't really tried to go for something wacky. And because it wasn't working, they took that tactical timeout and NKT decided, you know what, just holding isn't working. Let's just try to push out and see what happens. That also failed. Now that both the options are out of the picture, how do they make do with this game? Oh, maybe
This time
that's an
Rhaegar
answer.
walks up. This time Rhaegar walks up and look at him. He's damaged Headhunter a lot. I think either they push up and then they keep pushing back the forces of their opponents, and that is Oasis in this matchup. They will be getting a lot in terms of value. And look at them. They've pushed them to the complete other end of the site. And
Yeah.
XCE is in hold. There was a gap where XCE gets punished. And look at Coco again with this irritating wall where he corners them with only one opening, and he just randomly sprays and gets a headshot connection on QQ God.
Yeah,
There
and
was
this
no
is a
vision.
And this is a crossfire barrier, Rob. The one that we've seen in the very first VCT Masters. But they're
Yes.
not holding positions to capitalize on this crossfire. It's not like they need it. Marquee is enough to take care of everybody. Like, they placed that wall just to make sure the crossfire was good. They never got into the crossfire positions, but they did not need to, you know. Marquee with that massive showstopper and his Vandal is just enough to take care of everybody who's trying to retake.
One enemy remaining.
It's gonna hurt pretty bad. I mean, that wall is just very smart to place it. I mean, it kind of compels you to not use your bullets, and then you see a gap. Okay, I'll just push the gap rather than just trying to break the wall, and you fail. QQ God with, you know, try to just immediately go for a jump peek but fail. But on the other end, Nexi holding Rhaegar down at Sewers. So any peek coming in will make life difficult, but Rhaegar is being set up with a fault line. Nexi might just find an easy pick, and yes, he does. This time the walk up was late and gets punished for it.
NKT responding in kind, scrambling with their rotations, hoping to figure out where Oasis is trying to go. Meanwhile, Oasis, they don't need to go anywhere. They got that first pick, and now they're chilling in spawn. They know that the pressure's on NKT, and they will overcommit, over-rotate. If you take a look at the minimap, you'll see that that poor Soa on the side of Team NKT has already run laps around Haven. He's probably lost so many calories that he's sweating from his head. He went from C to A to back to C and back to A again. It's just those guys running all over the place. And they're rotating preemptively based on no information at all. Meanwhile,
Yes.
Oasis isn't giving any information. They make a contact play towards A. Marquee swings right through, flying inside. Tutu God and Laz trying to hold this ground, but they will be pounded in. And NKT once again are left with nothing but their Astral Guardian with the hopes of saving any weapon that he can find. But they're running out of rounds. XE can't afford to
Yeah.
keep on saving. Sure, they have some money left for the next round, so maybe XE can consider going for a retake, but this 1v3 seems nearly impossible. This crossfire, it's ridiculously difficult. They peek him at the same time, and there's no way you're surviving a triple peek like that.
Last round
There's
in the half.
nothing that he could do over there, XZ. I mean, maybe a couple of stars put down here and there and went for a quick rush up, but I
Even
think they had
then-
used a lot of it already when they were entering. So,
Yeah, and even if he used all his utility, I mean, Oasis will just ignore
Yeah,
that
still push
and
it.
push it together, yeah.
it's going to be tough right now. One last round here to fight it out and to see if there is a way to enable the curse. But NKT don't have great buys to play around with. Pushes haven't worked, walk-ups haven't worked, and this time a push followed by a slow recon ping is what they were waiting for and still get punished. This is what I was about to say here, Crips, that we have not seen Laz on the Sova finding any kind of value in any of his utilities in this entire first half.
Finding value is one concept and finding rounds is a completely different thing. Sure, sometimes NKT utility helps them get a kill or two. Like we saw that impressive fault line plus gravity well combo on Garage, but even then they never got that round. And this time, Oasis don't even need anything. They go for a fast push into the B site.
Spike planted.
Nexi, he's holding the back lines. XE just
Oh
simply
my
can't
God.
get him. He dinks him, deals damage, but no hopes of a rebuttal. Well, finally he silences Nexi, but that's
One
way
enemy
too
standing.
much.
With concealment.
And again becomes lonesome. Oh, the gap. These annoying gaps coming in from Coco on the wall and this double setup coming in. One below, one above is a setup that you can never
Switching
counter.
sides.
Even if you go for a wide swing, you will be hit with the shots, and that's going to be a 10 to half, a destructive one here for NKT, and it looks like it's nightmares again beginning for NKT. This is too tough
And
from here on.
yeah, nightmares are beginning for NKT. And surprisingly enough, the one agent who's supposed to be the one that induces nightmares isn't even doing all that much.
Mm-hmm.
Kevzi hasn't seen too much action. He throws in his utility, he throws in his ultimate, and then it's Marky who's doing the heavy lifting. He just rushes in on the back of that information that Kevzi gathers for him, acts like the tip of the spear, and kills anyone he sees standing right there. Kevzi's just chilling, surviving on the back lines. He's like, yep, I'm gonna throw my stuff. You guys go ahead and do the killing. I'm okay holding the back lines. 3 players of Oasis, 13 kills each. Meanwhile, not a single player in NKT on double digits. On the basis of just frags alone, Oasis have got so much.
Yeah.
And NKT just have scraps of virtually nothing.
And all the kills that we do see from NKT are the ones like a trade here and there, finding a player who's just caught off guard, but never like seem to be a very good round that they pulled off. Oasis on the other end comfortably pushing their way in, throwing and dumping utilities, always finding value out of it. And in case it eventually be a situation where they look like it's about to lose, you saw Coco with an ace clutch. So I don't think there is any question that we have from Oasis in terms of their attack, but right now defense. Is there something to be worried about? No, says Nexi. Wanted to double down, gets punished from Joute for that, which enables Rhaegar to quickly take upside, and that does give them a C completely. But in the meantime, A being pushed,
Spike planted.
they might all come for a backstab. But there's a trademark, so it's going to be a tough backstab.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad over there. I thought the trademark was still alive, but nonetheless, look at this distraction. Kevzi's making it happen, and along with that headhunter, Kevzi, 3k to close the round itself. And Crips, there's just 2 rounds here in the pistol and the anti-eco, which would just enable Oasis
Stay.
to match point, out of which one they already have in their name.
And this is good for Oasis because not only will this be their first win, but if they win with such a huge margin, then maybe they have a chance when it comes to the round differentials. And at this point, you don't just need to win. And this goes for every other team in Group A. It's not just NKT and Oasis, but this applies to LVR as well. You don't just need to win, but you need to win with a huge margin if you want to have a chance of making it to the playoffs. Because Southbuilt and Bleed have already secured their spot seemingly. Group A seems done and dusted for the most part. At this point, you're just battling for bragging rights.
Yes. You try to do something in terms of getting a victory and proving a point that
Yeah.
you're better than yesterday. Oh, a brilliant job here from Rhaegar, but cannot find any value because Headhunter with a Prowler keeps them at bay. Nexi, the martial shot missed. Kiki got this time. He connects one on Nexi, but still unable to enter. Look at how quick they are to kind of push them back.
Yeah. The moment one player falls, they throw in the slow up, the dark cover, the haunt, everything. NKT, meanwhile, they're still hanging around the A side. The footsteps are heard by Kevzi, so he relays information, and most of Oasis are still stationed towards the A side. They're just hoping that at this point, NKT is just hoping that if they stay behind long enough, Oasis will fall back towards the seaside, assuming that NKT have also walked away. But while Oasis are defending A short well, A long has already leaked and the site is gone.
30 seconds left.
Stinger works out, but only leaves him with 4 HP to work with. But on the other end, finds another one on Coco, was blindly looking at the spike planter without checking his back. But in time, they're trying to push up A main. Yes, Headhunter with an immediate trade coming in, but it's a 3v1 situation where 2 people were just watching A main, looking forward to making sure nobody pushes up. NKT finally find a third. 2 in the first half and the first round here in the second half. This force buy did work out for them, did find value, but there's a lot of rounds. There's a huge gap that NKT need to close up.
At least this win enables NKT to have decent economy for the next 2 rounds. That is, if Oasis don't force buy in the next one. At least in this round, Oasis don't have all that much weaponry, so NKT can have their lay of the land. They can do whatever they want. Rygar just rushing in. Oh my god, that's a dangerous peak right there. But still, NKT, they don't need to worry just yet. They've already more or less got this round in the bag, so Oasis can just hunt for Spectres and eco weapons. Even if they cause economic damage, NKT have enough money to buy in the next round.
I just hope no one goes on to these shorties. Nexi with a brilliant read. He's going to be taking down Rhaegar, picking up a Spectre for himself. In the meantime, is somebody going to fall prey to the shorty? There are 2 shorties and 1 Spectre. But Joute might just actually go down with the Spectre. Actually, it is QQ God who gets caught out by Nexi, the Spectre which was picked up. But Joute has bought enough time and will let people go down. Trax will also go down, but Joute unfortunate. NKT, thankfully, because they're forced by, I think they should have the economy to rebuy here again. Yes, they do, but Oasis were able to make it a little bit that costly.
Oh yeah, 3 kills was much more than Oasis even wanted in this round. Oasis would have been happy with a single kill or 2, but the fact that they're able to get so much done forces NKT to reinvest. And now look at their economy. Most of their players are near the 1000 credit mark. Only 2 of them are above the 2500 mark. So even if this round is not the last one, they will still have a decent time, and nobody wants to challenge this one way. Rygat still has the opportunity to do so, but of course opportunity comes with a cost, a pricey one.
He had to pray with his life right now. And Coco, look at him. They pretty sure thought that they will try and take a trade over there by trying to push Drax. But Coco immediately putting that thought to a stop. And now they have nothing. They have to kind of figure out what's the next move. They have a Rolling Thunder, yes. But they have to be worried about where is Drax playing. And now with Sage being close, the Rolling Thunder might hit players. But with the slow up, they might not find value. They will not be able to quickly rush up as the Neon could have done previously. But they're still setting it up for that.
Well, the setup is definitely going to work. They've made some noise, and as soon as the smoke dissipates, they're going to go for this one. Recon Dart will reveal Drax. It's not broken in time. So at least they now know what the crossfire looks like. But again, Oasis just trying to delay this as much as possible. And now that NKT have used up most of their utility and lost their initiators, what can they possibly do? There's barely 20 seconds left in the round. They need to go for this one. The Rolling Thunder might make a difference, but I don't think it's going to do too much because Kevzi is not stunned. He has his eyes open. XE returns favor and he's going for the berserk plays. A triple already, but he doesn't know where the last member is. He needs to stick the plant, hoping that he doesn't get pushed. But there's a very good chance that next he will not let him live. What? XE still wins this one? This was ridiculous. NKT had no business winning this round. Oasis had them cornered like rats. But that's what happens when you corner one. They have no way to go but to fight through this odd. And XE keeps his team alive.
This is what I meant by what XE can do. But him playing on the Astra, you can see how much of the capability is being lost for NKT. So I'm worried for them. A good round coming in from XE rather than, I would say, the approach that they took. And you saw rightly, as I was kind of thinking about it, they're thinking about the Rolling Thunder and then the execute. They were able to get to side, but you saw what Headhunter did. He just sprayed the players down who wanted to enter. If there was not XE on site, that would be a long lost round here for NKT. But there's still a 6-round gap that NKT need to cross and get to 11-11. But this tactical timeout, I understand, because it was an XE round, not the NKT round. So NKT need to figure out a way to play together and not challenge like edgy angles, because you saw, right, those edges around the boxes, they were always favorable for any player of Oasis to take them down because they had the better shoulder advantage and they just sprayed them down.
Absolutely. NKT once again calling a tactical timeout. At least they've been using these tactical timeouts frequently and liberally. I don't think Oasis have called for a tactical timeout yet, have they? Maybe my memory is not serving me right, but it seems like Oasis never needed to call one.
They have a huge leap for themselves. So let's see if they'll be able to get this leap right here to match point. Kiki got with the op, will be denied, but they're still trying to force. But Maki, the push-up doesn't work. Headhunter wanted to save him. That as well fails. Trax goes to check and gets punished at shot. And one more. That is going to be Headhunter, but he doesn't fail. Trying to pick up a weapon, but there's just too many players pushing up from A main. But look at him holding the corner. He finds the second, looking for the third, but Laz punishes him. Nexi, he thought he could play sneakily with his Headhunter, but gets answered back by QQ God's Headhunter, and that's going to be a sixth for NKT.
Well, at least NKT are fighting back. And by winning 4 rounds in a row, NKT have now solidified their economy. So a single round loss is not going to reset them. It's not going to send them back to the poverty lines.
Remaining.
At least that's one less thing they have to worry about. With all this pressure being slowly alleviated off of NKT's shoulders, they can actually focus on the executes rather than worrying about the money aspect of this game. With a little more bandwidth in their brains, let's see what NKT cooks up now. Tour de Force activated from Oasis, but the only way to fight a Tour de Force is to just pick up the pace heavily. No defenses on the C side, so NKT can get a free plant, but there are 2 people playing towards Garage, and I don't think that's something that they will be ready for. QQ God strikes one down. Coco does respond in kind, but look at Rygod! He jumps right through, and he has a chance to finish off Nexi as well. Unless Nexi gets the backup from the race, it's not going to be possible, but Maki also gets stunned by the beach, and he is on a roll. NKT with the blistering pace and obliterating pieces, they have finally struck Oasis down for good.
Enemy down.
But his Headhunter is still alive. He picks the first. He's looking for the next 2 players. They are peeking in 2 different angles. They should play for a contact trade over there. Wide swing gets one, but Lazarus quick on the trigger. Otherwise, this could have been fatal. Ooh, NKTs. I don't know, but looks like the gods are on their side right now, as they are getting closer and closer to the scoreline. It is looking very tougher, but you did say, right, they have to pick up the pace, and rightly so. Regard said, I'm going to go right on their faces with his laser beam, and just took down players one after another and got this round.
Oh my goodness. Now this is the pace pickup that we needed from NKT. They tried something similar in the previous half as well. They went for those fast-paced pushes. It did not work on the attacking side, but it did not work on the defensive side, but at least on attack, they have a good chance of pulling this off. Rygod once again looking to make contact, but this time Nexi's prepared.
Not your best.
Maki up close, there's a short push as well coming in, so Drax capitalizes on the shot. Jouta able to exchange, but Drax is still alive. He walks right into the gravity well, but at least walks away from the opponent. A 2v3 situation here. Oasis looking forward to getting their match point. Nexi has pushed up with Yop. He's ready at shot, so getting to that spike is that difficult. Drax, even though the shock touch went, it did not connect with him, but the rifle from XE, it does connect, but there's still Nexi holding. The recon should give away his position, and finally they should be able to run away from it. Oh wait, XE challenges and delivers. It's all a stinger right now on Coco. If he gets a close range battle, he'll be able to do a lot in terms of damage. But Coco, he needs to wait. He needs to be calm and patient.
Super patient. He doesn't even have the right weaponry to pull this one off. Laz is expecting
30
him to come
seconds
from
left.
behind. Meanwhile, the XE is watching short. Oh no, the weapon pickup will definitely have given away the sound cue.
Player remaining.
Coco.
Imagine what would have happened if he did not switch that weapon. Laz was looking behind, XE was looking towards short.
Yeah.
Nobody was marking long, and he could have gotten away with 1 free kill.
Oh my god. I don't know how NKT are doing it, but they're making it possible. You saw how close even that round was, where
Yeah.
we thought like that stinger shouldn't find any value, but thankfully for this time Coco, he couldn't spray players down and like the previous one round get an ace clutch, this
Yeah.
time get like a 2k clutch.
Yeah.
Ooh,
And the
that
moment he
would have
picked
hurt.
up that Vandal, the Vandal only had like 6 bullets in it. So
Ah.
he had to be very conservative with his approach in firing. If he had like a full clip, maybe he would
Oh.
have swung across, continued spraying, and both the members of NKT will have lined up. There's so many ifs and buts and possibilities over
Mhm.
here. So many different ways this round could have gone south for NKT, but they survive, and not just that, they thrive. They've closed the gap from 10 to to 11-8. They've only relinquished one round to Oasis so far, and that was the pistol. After that, NKT have marked every single round to their name.
You remember we were talking about the scripts. It looks like Oasis have this under control, and that's the reason only tactical timeouts are being called from Oasis. From NKT. And now Oasis are understanding that, oh wait, I don't think we have all of this in control. NKT are making a comeback and we need to call a tactical timeout of our own. Disc is what we have to do because our approach is not at all working. It's failing. And NKT proving that Haven is still an attack favored map.
Oh my god, Rygod going way too fast. I was afraid that he's gonna get shot down by the chamber holding backside. But with the amount of utility being bombarded on the C side, NKT will have a decent enough chance of getting inside. But hold on, none of that utility paid off any dividends. Not even a single tick of damage has been inflicted to Oasis. Hunter's Fury wasted, fast lane, and all the fault lines already committed. At least NKT still have the flashes left on their breach, and QQ God still is able to get something done, but Joute comes right through like a wrecking ball. And that's it. Once again, the save has been called. Oasis cannot go for the retake. NKT are about to reach double digits. They are on the 9th round already. And it seems like they are inching closer and closer to an inevitable tie.
If there was anybody close to the defender spawn, Oasis would have got the resurrection and would have challenged this retake. But now with everything nowhere close, XZ peeks from garage, takes the last 2 players down. That's going to be getting NKT to 9, 1 round away from getting themselves to double digits. And where we thought as individual players itself, NKT, none of them had double digits for themselves. Everybody as a team has stepped up. You can see in the scorecard as well that everybody has crossed the double digit mark. But the timing and the setups coming in terms of utility, which we thought was kind of lost, but XE laying down his utilities, which forced a couple of peaks here and there, got the opening that NKT needed. Now another round where Oasis are on the deficit, should most probably get to double digit, but QQ go, what was that shot? And Joute as well, he punishes the second player along with where the beam in peak was happening. He's not stopping!
No way. We're like 10 seconds into the round and it's done already.
Not ready yet.
You know, at the start of this game, in the analysis segment, we said that Oasis have one win condition in this game. They either need to play super aggressively before NKT get a chance to set up the utility, or play super passively and give sites up for retakes. Up until now, they had been doing neither. Up until now, Oasis was sitting on the sites trying to defend them from the regular positions, which obviously can be bombarded with utility by the members of NKT. And when Oasis realized this, oh, sitting on sites is not working, let's try the aggro approach, they get instantly shut down.
Spike down mid.
This time they
Gotta go.
convert on window. So Joute is down. A big breach utility setup has been left out. Not only that, they lost the major ultimate. The Rolling Thunder is out of the bags.
Exactly. That Rolling Thunder could have been a game changer. Could have been the ultimate that equalizes the score lines. But now Oasis have a chance to reach map point. They can almost smell the map point. It's just within reach. All they need to do is reach out and grab it.
Tread carefully is what they're doing right now. QQ God, he's not happy about losing Joute, but he's still looking forward to finding something of his own. It's all about the timing, but I think it's going to be a jump pick, so QQ God will not have anything over there. A good wall, but immediately being broken down. Singles kept under control, but the Horn gives away Rayguard's position and he's trying to run back. And I think that should be the call. They have to look forward to hitting another side because there are already 4 players here from the defenders. Oasis have things under control. They need to go for a quick hit though of wherever they're planning. With the fast lane coming in at B, they have an understanding that it should be a B hit. Pain Shell will do a lot of damage to Rayguard, but he gets the plant and gets himself towards C-Link.
Yeah, but Kevzi's already prepared for this one. Rayguard still swings him wider. Okay, he was not supposed to survive this one. And with that, a key player is down. The only player who was towards C-Link is out of the picture, and everyone else who's coming in is coming in from A main. At this point, their numbers don't count for anything because this is a narrow corridor. Marky going around the other side does get at least a single frag, but Rhaegar, even with very little HP, is able to spray down any defender coming in from A-Link.
Even if that paint shell was a second earlier, Crips, Rhaegar would have maybe taken down.
Yeah, maybe he would have died. And even with very little HP, he's winning every single duel.
Yeah, he got
Like, he's able to
3K.
kill Kevzi on C-Link, spray down one more person on A-Link. It's just phenomenal. There's literally no words to describe how unwinnable that situation was for Rhaegar, but this man perseveres through all odds.
Another round here. Who will it be getting to match point first? This time Drax is not challenging the one way. I'm sorry, he's not holding the one way.
Yeah.
He's also backing off. He's playing back of sight. Thankfully, the all-drone will not be able to check him, but he just has Spectre to play with. The Recon should give away his position. He breaks his second late. Coco gets stuck. He's getting spammed right now. Survives with 31, and Coco is also trying to be flushed. In the meantime, Nexi falls, but that wall saves Coco for now, as well as saves the backside. Paint Shell comes, and Rhaegar, look at him. He's tagged and beaten up. He just needs to back off. He should not give away the numbers advantage. Even though he's just surviving with 3, we saw what he can do. I think the resurrection, will they be committing? I know it's not a great buy here for Oasis, but it's all about the contest. But XZ, look at the confidence that he has. This is what we were expecting from him. The rifles are being spotted. Last plays guns down 2 more, and it's all up to the last player whose position is already known because he sent out a prowler. Recon goes to check him, gets tagged, fall line hitting him. They're dumping everything that they have and rushing right towards his face, and Joute puts him down, and NKT from an situation of a scoreline of 2-10, they make it to 12-11.
Look at the scoreboard. Look at that massive streak of red. Every single round, except for the pistol, has been taken over by NKT. They have their names written all over this game, and it seems like they can finish it right here and now. Whether it's a slow-paced approach where they pick off Oasis members, or whether it's a super quick execute that obliterates NKT's senses. NKT are stopping at nothing. Oasis have to be a stoic and unmovable force. But NKT are the unstoppable train that's running right towards them, ready to run right through them and towards victory.
It's all about the timing, the race of Nexi and Rhaegar wins. That's the opening that they needed, and now they'll quickly think about switching through, because look at 2 players who are already at the B main entrance. They know there's a trademark and they put up a smoke on it, and now they should be able to get in. And yes, they've done it. Headhunter, he's worried about it. Switches to the weapon QQ God. He had a 2D force, but in the meantime, Nexi's brought alive, but the gunning down is not stopping from NKT. They're looking forward to closing it all here. A 5v3 advantage. Coco, he's trying to be kind of very wary with his wall, but the Rolling Thunder, when he had to hit, it hit pretty bad. And Rhaegar and everybody from the team is capitalizing. Drax's position known, but he's the last person surviving, and Joute puts him down. What was this from NKT? Unbelievable, Crips.
Absolutely unbelievable scenes over here in the AMD SEA Championship. A comeback from unwinnable odds. It seemed like the entire world was stacked against Team NKT. They had no business winning this game, but they push through everything. They persevere through the odds. They transpire through every obstacle. They batter through every opponent standing in their way to register this win. And it doesn't matter whether this team goes through to the next phase of the tournament or not. This is a monumental statement that they can overcome anything. If I had a hat, I would tip it to them.
A 10-2, where we thought it's done for, especially after the first pistol round being taken from Oasis, to get it rolling back from there on. And a single stretch where it never felt like Oasis had anything to say. It was always Oasis just falling apart one after another. One player that they lost, they tried to do something, tried to find kind of an upper hand, went for a positive trade, and even fell on that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I mean, this is why I said like I wanted to see NKT a little more long. If NKT had this perseverance a little bit earlier in the qualification matches, I think Crips we would have seen a lot more from them.
Way lot more. I mean, where was this NKT up until now? I thought that this is deja vu. When I saw that 10-2 half, I had NKT versus Bleed playing in my mind. I was able to revisit all those situations where NKT got destroyed by Bleed, and I thought, yep, this is just the exact same thing as the other day. But oh my god, I was wrong. I was dead wrong. And I'm glad I was, because
Yes.
a comeback like this, you don't see it every day.
Let's get to the highlights. I mean, we need to rewatch what just happened. After seeing how Oasis played on the first half, the way they set up their utilities, we thought this is a done game for them. The way we saw an ace clutch as well from Coco being a battle stage. Everybody who was stepping up, Drax who was ready for an immediate push-up. Maki was just insane with any weapon that he had on his hands. He was always putting players down. XE was unable to do anything along with QQ God in the first half. But I feel like QQ God and XE, they just came up alive. It felt like they had a resurrection of their own, some preaching of their own, and that just a blessing in disguise for them worked out so well.
Can't use this yet.
Ugh. Oasis had a very good start, and
This ace clutch.
yeah, and I say this not just because of this ace clutch, but the creativity of Coco all throughout this game.
Exactly.
The barrier orbs placed, which basically make it impossible for NKT to re-enter a site. The smokes that were being put up by Drax, most of the times they pop at the very last moment, and at that time NKT have absolutely no chance of even trying to get back into the site or back up their players. So the site falls into disarray, the plant goes down for sure, and Oasis get those rounds. And then we got into the second half, where it seemed like a done deal at the end of the pistol round, but then NKT just persevere through these odds like anything. They not only slow things down to a crawl whenever it's necessary, they give Oasis a sense of security, a false sense of security rather, because it makes Oasis believe that, yeah, sure, if we peak this one, we should be able to win. We have the odds with us. Our utility placement is perfect, and it was for the most point. But NKT will always have an ace up their sleeve, whether it's one flanker coming in from garage, which nobody anticipated, or whether it's a fault line that's placed at the very last moment that's impossible to dodge. NKT made things possible, especially Raigard, because he was diving so deep into enemy territory. Nobody had even a single chance of figuring out where this guy would be. You see him 1 second, he's at the bottom of B. The next thing you know, he's already at Gong, and now there's no entry possible for the members of Oasis because the crossfires of NKT are just invincible.
That 20-second round was so crucial, as we just saw, as you spoke about Raigard. If he wouldn't have pulled that 3K, I think that round was a done deal, and we would have seen match point coming in from Oasis, and Oasis would have closed it. That
Yeah,
was so
definitely.
crucial. Individually, everybody just stepped up, and I would be so happy to say this, that I was worried when I saw Raigard with the Neon and not XZ picking up the Duelist, but after seeing this match and the attack, the way Raigard just came alive, I would say, kudos, man. You stepped up when it was needed. You stepped up for the team. There was so many times with that ultimate, he just came out alive in the second half. Oh, he was a monster of his own, and this is what I wished for. QQ God yesterday had an off day, but today, especially in the second half, Op, Vandal, Phantom, any weapon that he had, even the Headhunter, where he dueled with Nexi and proved who's a better chamber, showed him just sit down. Kudos to the team. Look at the 7 first bloods on QQ God, 5 then to Raigard. That's insane. Taking more than your duelist.
It's not just QQ God stepping up. It's him making sure that the anchoring job in post-plant situations was done well. Meanwhile, Raigard, he's diving into enemy territory, just hoping to create space, even if he dies at the cost of it. He did not die. I ended up winning many more duels than he was supposed to, and that's a different story. But even if he was not able to get as many kills as he did, the amount of space he created for XZE and Xiaote to follow up, it's ridiculous. I thought Xiaote is going to have a bad game the moment we saw
Yes.
that blunder of a round where he failed his rolling thunder and everyone else died. I thought that was it. That should break Xiaote's confidence, but nope, he was stoic. His utility placement in the second half was proper, and that combined with the astral utility of XZE just basically made
Exactly.
it impossible for any Oasis members to even stand on the side, let alone defend it.
You can see it even in the assists. He has 14 assists. A
Yeah, that's
total lump sum making it to 29 kills that he was a part of. That
yeah,
is just too big. And I agree with you. Just imagine, yeah, there are astral stars being placed. If there is a small gap between the astral stars where somebody could maybe stand still and pick up kills, Jaute made sure that was not the case. Either a fault line or an aftershock or maybe a flash to set up his teammate for a peek where he can see through that gap, which made it all possible for NKT to pull off such an impossible comeback. And that's the reason I always keep saying that, irrespective of the score here, Cribs, in Valorant, if you have that confidence and if you can have that shift in momentum, at any point things can just get back in the game and in your favor, in your cards. And I think that's what NKT were confident on. They're like, let's take it one step at a time. Let's not look at the big picture of that we have to pull up 10 big rounds. Let's just take it one round at a time. And I think right now we need a break. We need a breather after witnessing this action. And this is why we said every team is stepping up, irrespective of what the score is. They're giving their best. So let's see what the next match holds for us. But before that, we'll take a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse. What a wonderful second match here in the official VCT off-season event, out of which we thought it's going to be a casual match between NKT and Oasis. Nothing to be worried about. Again, they are not like in the race for the qualification. To put up such a game tells you that how important for you every game is. You cannot take anything lightly, irrespective you're qualifying or not. Crips, right now we are completely bamboozled, our brains destroyed. But what a match! I mean, such well strategically played. Oh yes. Yes. With all the odds against them.
Too. And that just tells you everything you need to know about SEA Championship. All the odds stacked against your teams. And I just realized I was muted, so my bad. But a comeback of this proportion is something that I haven't seen up until now. The next match hopefully will be just as entertaining. Speaking
Oh.
of which, let's take a look at which one it is.
It is going to be Sharper, who is going to be kind of on in the thought. We will be talking about the match, but we'll jump quickly into the overall standings to give a gist to our viewers who've just come down now. We did see two matches for the day: Southbuild versus Bleed, where Bleed have taken them down and taken the table topper spot. And look at the round differential. Are you kidding me? A plus 21. Unfortunately, Southbuild got their first loss today and had to lose their double-digit round differential. But on the other side of the scorecard at Group B, where we are going to be seeing the match now, Nows are standing tall. No teams are able to take them down, and Nows were not even the team we ever thought of who would be on the tabletop.
Yeah, now started as an unlikely contender. The first time they faced against MiTH, we thought that MiTH is going to take it, but
Yeah.
they instantly defeated them. And they've basically defeated every other team that they've faced so far. So now, even though they were an unlikely contender, they stand on top of their groups. Fancy United, on the other hand, acting just as expected. Same with MiTH. We expected great things from both these teams, and they are delivering them for the most part. Let's take a look at the next game and see what all we have left for the day, because this one is going to be a banger. Fancy United and Sharper, both of them going up against each other. Obviously, Fancy United have the upper hand over here because in the group standings they are at 1-1. Meanwhile, Sharper haven't won a single game that they've played so far. So Sharper obviously have a lot to lose. If they lose this one as well, then their chances of going through are next to none. But Fancy United have a chance to climb up ahead.
Yes.
Now, the best thing that Sharper can do over here is probably either defeat them, or even if Sharper loses this one, they can just make sure that they lose by a very tiny margin. That will ruin Fancy United's chances as well.
Especially with Group B having three teams right at 1-1-1-1-1.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a tough one. We will talk about Sharper's roster as we jump in, looking at the players. The one big thing that Sharper can do here is they know they are heading out, but the best thing they can do is become a thorn for their opponent and go out with the bang by taking a victory here in the Skyesports SEA Championship. And we have seen Leviathan doing a lot, but I hope he will be allowed to do a lot more as well, along with his teammates coming up really well. We wanted Change to do a lot yesterday, and he came up. Yes, he did, but it was not enough against their matchup when they fought again in Breeze. Unfortunate that was, but still I feel like they'll be able to do a lot. Jasper and Nugent will show brilliant stuff, and then Frozen is still going to be there. But we'll be jumping into Fancy United, where a lot of the fan favorites out there will be rooting for Jin, and we know how Fancy will be playing, right, Crips?
Yeah, definitely. Fancy United, at least when it comes to the firepower aspect, you can be sure that almost everyone brings a decent amount of firepower. Fishio, Nizzy, Wukong, Yes I Can, Jin, all of them have the potential to be super cracked aim stars. And there's not one particular player who is dedicated as a support player, you know, the one who's not expected to frag. All of them have the power of going ham. And that's exactly why Fancy United were able to beat Todak yesterday with a dominant 13-6 scoreline. We had the Rays and Phoenix on Fancy United versus Todak playing a bit more structured with Neon and Chamber. And even the most unorthodox agents if Fancy picks them up, they can be absolutely heroic with them.
Right now, let's jump in the map, Vito, and see where these two teams will be battling it out. Whether it's going to be Haven, Ascent, Fracture, Breeze, Icebox, what is it going to be? Pearl, Breeze, Fracture, Haven, Icebox, and Bind. All out, and we are going to be seeing the classic map Ascent being fought out. I mean, Fancy United, the first time we saw them, it was an ascent, but unfortunately against Nows they faced a defeat. So for Fancy, they've chosen it again just for that redemption and to feel confident that the next time they maybe go against Nows or any other team, they know Ascent is still their stronghold, and that's the reason they banned Bind and picked up Ascent, whereas Sharper chose defense to start it off.
Well, I'm actually happy that Sharper banned Fracture. That was seemingly one of the stronger maps of Fancy United. So with that out of the way, Ascent is more or less a decent fair ground for them to stand on. None of the teams are particularly strong on Ascent. All the teams, I mean, Ascent is not a map which a team can call as their strongest map. It's a very neutral map for everyone. But with Ascent coming into picture, I'm looking forward to Jin picking up that Phoenix again. The first time I saw him playing Phoenix, I guess I was on day 2. He went absolutely ham with it, dropped the 30 bomb. I think he should be able to do it again.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried for Sharper's end right now. I mean, Jin on that Phoenix, on every map that he's played so far, even on Fracture he brought it out, and always his run it back was so annoying. It always kept coming alive, and that is the reason they need to stop that from happening a lot of the times. We understand, even if you kill, you give away an ultob and quickly it can replenish, but you should also have a counter play against that run it back where you try to slow him down and try to take him down. You lose a little bit of health is fine, but losing a kill to a run it back is devastating because it throws you off momentum, and to figure out that you even kill that run it back, but Jin will come back alive because it was his ultimate. So let's run into the agent selection itself, see if that run it back will be alive. Most probably it should be, but what will Sharper bring from their cards?
Oh, okay.
Wait, okay.
Hold on. Yes, I can on Phoenix and Jin on the Chamber instead.
Yes, I can is the man who calls things out. He is the man who leads, who is the charge. But him picking up a duelist and then Jin jumping on Chamber, okay, I wasn't ready for this.
Hey, so if Yes I Can is the one calling the shots, and if he's the one leading with the Phoenix, doesn't that mean that this whole team is going to be playing around him to set him up for success because he's the one calling the shots? If he can dictate the pace of the round based on his intuition and his desire to attack at a certain timing, then I believe Fancy United are going to be playing a very execute heavy play style. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we have Sharper. They have a Killjoy. It's been a while since I've seen Killjoy being picked up on Ascent, but I'm not completely against it.
Yes. Killjoy, again, we've talked about it. It's a very good pick in Ascent in terms of holding off an entire site. It's just all about the timing of where and how you place it and how your Killjoy swings. Having a KO on the opponent does put your Killjoy in a spot where they cannot use a lot, so Fancy have a counter for that. But again, Sharper have one of their own, so they can put down Fancy from using their razzle dazzle fast executions, but they are starting off an attack, so they need to better get good reads. If they don't, it's just going to be getting tougher for Sharper to do anything on the defense. Oh, dink.
The knife does detect multiple people over here, and the confirmation that the Jet had kind of gives away the play that Fancy United were trying to make, but it's still not actionable information for Sharper because the spike hasn't been spotted. They can account for a mid plus B execute, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Fancy are just looking for kills, and they found them.
Unfortunate of finding the first two its trees. Change was looking forward to a contest but did not expect so many players to peek out from tiles, and now he's punished. And this round, it's not even carrying Spike in terms of the momentum that Fancy are doing. They left out Spike towards the A attacker spawn and they're just looking for 2 kills. Jasper slowly walking upstairs, finds Jin. So that's Jin out of the game, even though he didn't have the pace. But look at the team. They're rotating while they're picking the spike towards A. This read and this positioning has been seen. Yes, I can, along with the 0 point which was thrown from his teammates, and they're immediately capitalizing from trees. But look at the position Leviathan as he has closed off the A main with the smoke. But is it going to be enough? Niffy and Leviathan are doing the job, but the hot hands, it turns him and immediately pushes him out of the Radiant net box, and then rolling number of kills as Fancy get the first round.
Hey, at least you can look at the silver lining over here. Sharper had the correct read of the situation. They knew that after Fancy United got those kills on mid, one would assume that they're going to do a mid plus B execute, but they were able to figure out that it's going to be an A hit, and all of them were at least there to stop this push on time. They were not able to win out the duels because the numbers were superior on the Fancy side, but that's a different story. The fact that Sharper can figure out that play and get in position in time, that's going to help them out in a round where the man advantage does not necessarily lie with them. But Nizzy on top, oh my god, it's a massacre.
It's a
1 second, 3 kills, and this is just Fancy United hitting some fancy shots.
We were talking about the read. This time they have a better read, waited for the push, and look at Jin as well waiting for a push from mid, and now it's all up to the last player, Jasper, who connected a snappy Sheriff shot. This time fails as SICAN gets one for himself. That's Fancy United, a flawless for them here in the second anti-eco itself. Ooh, that's again okay, because they did get the first pistol round. But if there's anything from Sharper's ends to answer back, it is this full buy here, Crips.
Well, at least this full buy will be met with equally resistant weaponry. So you can't exactly call this a bonus round for Fancy.
But they
Of
have
course,
the economy.
Yeah, they have the economy. So, like, in case they lose this round, they can still buy weapons in the next one. But usually in bonus rounds like these,
Yeah,
the teams don't always have the same amount of weaponry.
they at
Of
least
course, that's not the
expect the
case this
weaker
time.
weapons.
Yeah,
Good.
they actually expect weaker weapons, but now everyone's on Phantoms and Vandals, so this is gonna be met with equally devastating force.
Good flash, which pushes Nijin off as well as catches him on the seas. A paranoia does come through. Nugent is stuck right now. They are going to flush him, but he does fail. In the meantime, Leviathan playing in his own smoke and taking 2 picks. He's looking for the third. Wukong finally puts him down, but the rafters, they need to be checked and cleared. Change makes SICAN pay for that, and now the number deficit on Fancy. And Change is not stopping. He's taken 2. But Wukong with the third of his own.
Just got one tap out of existence over there. Wukong is now trapped on the A side. He's got nowhere else to go. He can't even exactly plant the spike without risking some people jumping down from heaven at the same time. And now that the door's broken, he's got even more things to worry about. He's planting in a very precarious position, hoping to just bait out the peaks, and he gets that peak, but can't win the duel. Niffy shuts it down.
I thought Sharper would be kind of surprised by seeing the weapons on Fancy, but nonetheless they were ready for it, and huge credit goes to Leviathan here. Leviathan, who we've seen majorly on the controller doing a phenomenal job for Sharper at all times, this time comes up huge at aim-in. Holding and taking 2 players down was very crucial. That got the confidence for Change to contest and help Leviathan over there, and that's the reason this round came so close. And now back on the full buy will be both the teams. Rarely
Once
do
again.
we see these kind of things happening twice, right, Cribs?
Yeah, we don't. But then again, we saw that comeback in the previous game, and
Oh.
the fact that we rarely see things, I think that's a narrative that's been just thrown away from this tournament. You can expect anything and everything in this one. Oh, but look at this. Now that the alarm bot has popped off, Sharper don't want to peek. The moment alarm bot popped off in the pistol round, there was a double peek from Sharper. They still lost the duels. This time they don't do it at all. They do not trust Fancy United and their mid attempts at all. Change realizes, you know what? You might have taken mid control, but I will make sure you can't get B main. So this definitely can't be a mid plus B crunch. At the same time, Nugent is peeking out of shot. He doesn't see anyone on mid, and he's realized that he's got them trapped in this corner.
The Going for a fast execute with the null command, hitting B. There are 3 players down there. If one even goes down, everything will fail. And that was the null command itself going down. Niffy also comes in, doubles down over there. It's all up to Yes I Can, who's stuck at the cubby as Niffy and Change push in from directions. He couldn't do anything. Oh, my bad. Change was dead, but already he had taken down the KO, and that's the reason the feed said Change. But Niffy stood ground, making sure he does damage to a lot of them. And Niffy on the chamber, we have seen him do a lot. So Leviathan and Niffy for the team do so much, and again for them to keep stepping up here is just so good to see for Sharper and giving such a tough competition for Fancy United.
Exactly. Like, Niffy literally ignored Fishio's smoke. Fishio smoked off CT, hoping that they'll be able to cross in. But the moment Chained is like, yep, all 3 market, all 3 are still trying to get in through that narrow chokehold, Niffy walked right through. Nobody would have expected someone to peek through a smoke like that. That's why nobody was even marking Niffy's angle. He got all those kills for free. Of course, Change had to die for it, but it's a worthy trade.
Yeah, exactly. There are a lot of players again with the hard hands trying to burn Leviathan, but this time he tucks himself in hell. And look at them, the smoke again, they cannot push, especially with weaker weapons. They might be able to find one as they push up, but there will be a lot of crossfires that they have to be worried about. And at no position do Fancy United have anything, like any information, any player that they have isolated. So they're just trying to find something and then make a move. In the meantime, they've left a lurker in terms of the chamber holding B main, looking forward to any kind of movement. And if he just goes to check main and he gets one, the flash should be good. Change is trying to run away. His blades have been suppressed, and Yes I Can, a stinger spray down gives him 2.
Okay, and he's got to run it back as well. That fade horn, it's so good, reveals almost everybody. They're getting free kills through the smoke. And Jasper, he's an absolute beast. Run it back nullified. Wukong ready to hold. Flash gets Niffy, and he's cornered. Yes I Can, farming up every single frag. From a round which Fancy United did not have weapons in, to a win which they had no business getting. Fancy United punched through the odds and they reset the economy.
I think this is something that a lot of teams do. Whenever they understand that the opponent team is on an eco, they play very passive, which gives the team on the eco to gain space and slowly creep up. And I think that's what caught Sharper here off guard. Rather than them going for an approach where they took information, they left positions open and it just became easy. But this time I don't think they'll be making the mistake. Back on the fight where both the teams have weapons. Mid contest is something that is likely changed with the operator, and it is all that we are trying to see if he finds a kill. Yes he can, and puts down Yes I Can. The man with the run it back previously who caused trouble is already put down, along with Jasper helping him out. And look at how quickly they've pushed out from A main, making sure that nobody is at A and cornering them at B and putting a choke. It's all Fishio.
Poor Fancy United. Imagine winning a semi-thrifty round previously and now losing a round immediately. This will put a massive dent in their economy. Whatever Fancy United did, whatever efforts they took to reset the economy in the previous round have now all been put to waste. Only a few people can buy up weapons in this one. Yes I Can has enough money, but everyone else is gonna have to rely on cheaper weapons. Maybe they can go in for a hero Vandal or a hero Phantom play. I believe that's exactly what Yes I Can is going for. There's a secondary weapon as well on Fishio, a Guardian, but all of this is just a compromise.
Fishio is still having 2 thoughts and finally picks up a Bulldog, not even the Vandal or the Guardian. 0 point gets destroyed as it was about to check B main. Gives them the idea that there should be somebody over there. Change gets smoked off this time, so they're not rushing him. The haunt, unfortunate, the timing of the flash and then the haunt to come through. Look at Yes I Can. He's just getting spammed through the wall. What a setup, and a big brain play coming in from Sharper. And I would say we see Fancy on a play where it's not predictable. Right, but the previous round of how Sharper played, that is what Fancy makes. That's the Fancy moves. But this time, Change shifted position with the op, peeks, gets one and backs off immediately.
And there's no entry available for A long as well, as Leviathan's marking all those angles. Change 1 second prepared. Could have been a collateral almost. And Jin is now left isolated. He can't be exterminated just yet, but he's got players coming in from every direction. He's surrounded, dumbfounded, and Lippy finally puts him in his grave.
I feel like whatever changes that Fancy decided to do is kind of biting them back in terms of this Asian meta, because Jin is the one who we've seen on the Phoenix. But this change, you can see he has still that mechanical confidence and the fight that he can deliver. He's taking a 3k when he's cornered and choked at a point, but he is covering himself in all angles possible and taking isolated fights. But it is not enough because he does not have utilities that will kind of work in tandem with him. Sharper with the lead.
This is a rather slow round coming out from Fancy. Partially because they're scared of the number of ultimates that Sharper have. Every single ultimate can be used to either stop a take or help in the retake. And that's why Fancy just need to go for picks slowly and steadily. We need to eliminate these players. And that's exactly why they left the spike all the way back on top mid. They're knocking on the doors, checking every angle, being very thorough. But my fear is that they will spend too much time in doing this, and then they will have almost nothing left to go for the actual execute.
They're slowly trying to walk in. It's all up to Leviathan as Nifi's vision has been blocked. Leviathan finds two. He puts up the smoke and now they have nothing to do. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. Prowler to quickly check if there's anybody at Jenny, but Change in the meantime finds one. The lurker at all times, Jin, who was always holding B main, gets punished as well. Spike recovered, but to do what?
30 seconds left.
Anyway, they walk in, it's a trap. They try to do A, there's already a Killjoy setup, so that's gone. If they try to do B, there's a 3-man hold coming in.
One enemy remaining.
Oh!
Absolutely no hope of a rebuttal in this round. Fancy
10
United
seconds left.
have no choice but to save. And this starts chipping away at their economy. I know I sound like a broken record when I mention every single time that Fancy United have economic troubles, but this is just them struggling to pay their debts.
This is a whole different Fancy that we are seeing, Crips. I mean, to see Fancy United yesterday like that on Fracture, and now to see them here on Ascent, back when they started on Ascent on their debut match here in the Skyesports SEA Championship, where a 30 bomber was landed from Jin on the Phoenix. To see this kind of a momentum shift from their end is unbelievable. And Sharper, as I said, right, if they're going out, why not go out with a bang? And they're trying to actually do that here. Fancy United, if they lose this, they'll have a lot to work on to qualify.
Well, at least off to a good start, Sharper continues to maintain pressure. They detect some information, and now they don't have any reason to play aggressively because their Jet is already pushing the envelope on B main. Chained has already detected that there's nobody present over here. He even sees the trademark, so he doesn't need to push any further. And this in turn confirms to Sharper that Fancy are hitting A for sure, and that's why the rotations are already here. They're either holding tree or they're holding A main, and the Nightfall just keeps them at bay for a little longer, buying time. Fancy get into the site, but at the cost of Fischio's life, and now no more resmokes available for them. Nizzy peeks through once again, and this was unexpected. Nugent responds in kind, but that's a bit of an overextension, which Yes I Can and Nizzy will take care of. Fancy can finally go for the plant, but Yes I Can, I don't think he wants to even consider that possibility. He extends further, tries to jump up, and Change punishes that. Yeah, it's a 1v2 for Change, but this is something that he can pull off. Spike is dropped in no man's land, and anyone who tries to recover it will have to go through this one. Jin doesn't have his gun in hand. Change does damage. He's hurt both the players. Both of them are going to a generator. This is Change's chance to drop down into the side and maybe challenge here, but they both decide to double peek him instead, and that's the bamboozle Change was never expecting.
Fancy. They somehow bring it back, work together, and especially finding the kill on Jasper, right, while he was on rafters through that edge of the smoke. I think that changed the game. If that did not happen and Jasper was alive, they could have actually done a little bit more, and Change just needed a little bit of info to play around with and annoy them and buy as much time as possible. still the gap has not been given away from Sharper in terms of the lead. Let's hope Sharper are still able to keep it, but this time they've changed the positions that they have. But SICAN still has a run it back to play with.
Well, here comes the full send. Fancy United are running it down. They've got Niffy trapped in boathouse. He's only good for one, but at least he takes down Jin. So that's at least a confirmed trade rather than going down to the run and back. But in this 4v4 retake, Fancy United still have that Nightfall available, which they can use to thwart this retake before it even begins. Okay, Fisher still going for bird hunting, shutting down anyone who's trying to fire in the sky, and yes, I can denies any hope of a rebuttal.
The
All tied
setup.
up.
The gravity well unintentionally coming in from Sharper kind of made an adaptive strategy on Fancy United's end. Only one person was inside, everybody else was mostly playing towards B main, and you saw Fisher was already playing towards logs. And I think unintentionally it kind of adapted them to play in those positions, because of which now you see Sharper, they didn't want to give away the lead, but they have right now in terms of evening the score line. They don't even have good weapon in terms of one Spectre and a couple of half shields, so they have to be wary about this round, otherwise the lead will go away from their hand and Fancy United might just pick up the lead and the momentum together. Brilliant haunt, finds one.
And the Seas doesn't even allow any trades to come through. The trail of the Seas might reveal the position of Wukong as well. And now he's got no hope. The flash confirmed his death. But at least he's now figured out that there's 3 players present on mid and none of them are carrying the spike. That's enough information that Sharper required. They don't need to over-rotate. Only one rotation made, and that's Newgen going towards the B side. They don't need to guard mid at all. The crossfire that Newgen and the Killjoy have now set up is very lethal. With Niffy holding B main, there's absolutely no hope of a mid plus B execute coming through. Fancy United have no choice but to go for an A main push, which again is going to be taken care of by Leviathan because he's spotting nobody towards A main. Yes, of course, he doesn't know that the spike is on his way, but the main concern over here is if Change can stop the push from tree, then Leviathan has nothing to worry about.
Fragment to stop, but Leviathan could not stop anything. Change still looking forward to as he pushes. He shouldn't have pushed the Phoenix wall, and now he goes down, leaving up to the last 2 players from Sharper. I mean, it can be done. It's a 2v4, especially having the ultimate online, but it's just too much of an ask. I don't think they'll be looking forward to a lead retake. They might be just trying to punish the economy of Fancy United at this point, because you don't even see that intent coming in from Sharper.
Yeah, Sharper just looking to go for the save. They can't even hope to retake with a lockdown because Fancy still have all their utility left. The null command is available too. Yeah, sure, the null command can't stop the lockdown once it's been planted, but what Sharper don't realize that Fancy had already used up their fragment, so no chance of breaking the lockdown once it's already been planted. Last round of the half, and there's still plenty of game-changing ultimates available on either side.
I mean, from a place where we thought that Sharper are in command, Fancy United slowed things down and rushed right when it was necessary, when they were up close at the faces of Sharper Esports. And I think Sharper just gave them that much space rather than being proactive for information. So if Sharper are able to get a 6-6 half here by taking that proactive information, should be a comfortable first half. Yes, they'll not be happy even though they had the lead initially, but that's something that they have to do, and that's the reason a very quick tree push is coming to just keep a check on tiles. But look at the intent. They want to go for a quick A execute on the back of the null command, which has already been popped. Leviathan is in a tough spot, but there's already backups coming through, and Leviathan through the gap between the smoke, which was from the opponent, finds 2 and he's not stopping. Finally gets put down, but Change and Jasper are already here, and the numbers of the players end of Fancy have been lost, and the lockdown as well coming through, and the spike is nowhere there. But look at from the Shadows ultimate still on Vicio, so he can run all the way towards B and then from there recover the spike and get a planted B.
Exactly. And neither Change nor Niffy is playing in a position where they can shoot down the Omen Shadow if he activates that ultimate. They don't even consider that possibility. They're expecting that maybe Fissure will go for a backstab or a flank or something like that, and they're marking the angles, but they won't be able to stop the spike from being stolen. It's like a little heist that he's pulled off, but now that the market door has been closed, they realize exactly where he is. They're okay with letting him steal the spike,
30
but they
seconds
want to
left.
probably rush him down before he even has a chance to take a
Spike
decent
planted.
position.
But look at the time, Niffy waited. They were quick in running all the way across from A to B and get this first half closed on a 6-6 note. So Sharper, they're getting sharper, and this is what I said. They have to be a little bit proactive in gaining information. As soon as they understood that this is no further B positioning, and after they saw the null command with a quick hit coming in, very much needed help for Leviathan was given from Haven, that too from Jasper, and then from Change from Trees, which gave this round for Sharper. But otherwise, if they had let any more space allowed over there for Fissure, with that ultimate, he could have actually pulled off a clutch.
Definitely. And that's why they were okay with him stealing the spike. I mean, they knew that this was the only play. The moment they realized, yep, he's reached the B side, we'll try to kill him the moment his TP comes back. It's fine. They anticipated it, saw it coming from a mile away. And Fancy United, my goodness, they had sure it was going to be a tough round. They knew it for a fact. But the fact that Fancy United put down those weird two smokes on top of Heaven,
Yeah.
and between those two smokes, Leviathan was able to thread the needle. That's not something they would have expected. They knew that Leviathan has been going under Heaven every time something happens, right? Leviathan is the anchor of the A site, and every time they throw either a fragment or like a hot hands towards him, he just goes under Heaven and plays from there. And I guess that's exactly why they placed that second smoke, so that that position under Heaven becomes irrelevant, but he still found a gap, still threaded the needle.
I mean, most of the times we should see those kind of smokes if somebody is trying to play hell. Kind of one way giving the advantage for the attackers because they'll be able to see the legs and then just spam the player out. But Leviathan was just so smart in the timing of his swings that Fancy United, by the time they could kind of check that, Leviathan would have already taken two. But right now, very crucial pistol round here for both Fancy and Sharper and Fancy. Jin, that we couldn't even properly see the opponent on the screen, and Jin takes a kill and wraps back home.
Yeah, that's how fast he is. Wukong now hoping that somebody will walk into his crosshair, but he realizes there's only one player coming in from bottom and he doesn't see the sounds. He can hear everyone else jumping into the side, and he thought that's where the danger lies, but it doesn't matter. At this point, the site's been breached, spike's been planted. The only hope of retake now comes through from B main, where Niffy had no idea that Yes I Can is already moving in that direction. He was looking towards CT, caught off guard. Nugent's been spotted by that jump peak. Knows there's going to be one player aggressive. That basically means Jasper is backside, and Yes I Can just running headshots him.
This is the Fancy, I think, that will come alive in this defensive half. Because Fancy, they do not like kind of attacking. That's how I see them. Because whenever they're on defense, they feel like we see them like they're actually the attackers, because they immediately understand what is happening and they rush from the other side completely, where they currently bamboozle their opponent. And I think that can happen a lot here on the defensive half coming in from Fancy United, especially that they got the pistol. But Sharper, kudos to them that they fought, but Leviathan, I think he made overcommit over there after getting the kill towards second lane. He should have just regrouped with his teammates and fought from side, but him fighting with Nizzy over there gave the opportunity, and then you could see what Fancy United just did, won the round.
Careful now.
Well, this looks like a round where Sharper are just knocking on the doors of A. They're making plenty of noise, making it very obvious that they want to go for this one. But then they fall back. They take their sweet time. This probably is an attempt to bamboozle Fancy, but I don't think Fancy are falling for any of their tricks. Nice wide peek down mid by the chamber, clears out this area. Also, at the same time, you have KO pushing out of B main. So Fancy don't see anybody in those regions. It's pretty obvious to them that Sharper were going for an A fake, and they're still standing over there. Because look at the amount of area that's been taken over by Fancy on the B side. B main has been completely pushed out. Fancy are ready for this one.
Change, he's been spotted already from Yes I Can. Unfortunately, Leviathan has already used 2 of his smokes. Not too sure how many more stars he has, but it's going to be tough for him. Change, looking forward to the timing as soon as his teammates throw down utilities, but the paranoia is so good that it blinds the players who are entering. Jasper does get one on Fisio, but
30
that's all.
seconds left.
They've not even gotten into sight to continue that fight.
Yeah, this is gonna be their grave. Sharper will be buried right here and now. The vineyards will turn into their headstones. Oh, but at least Leviathan can take a head down or two before he rolls finally. Okay. A semi-decent eco round for Sharper. They weren't supposed to win this one anyway, but the fact that they get 2 kills and those were expensive weapons that they dropped. It was Phantoms that were lost by the side of Fancy United, not your average Spectre or Stinger. So it does make it a little expensive.
Yes. But Fancy are never rattled by that, so I feel like it's going to be a tough one. But look at the setup that they're planning for. Irrespective of what Sharper are, it's going to be a mid-rush coming in from Fancy United, looking like they are the ones who are attacking. And quick to take mid and tiles, they're pushing up. And B control has already been established. Now it's all about A that I have to be worried about. But Killjoy and Iffy, he's slowly trying to see if he can find anything for a free, but he's the one who gets tagged. Fancy, Jin is not stopping along with Wukong's support. Change has been taken down, the duel is gone, no space being created.
No space created, but at least Niffy can get a kill onto another player who was creating way too much space. Yes, I can head push so far out of B mid. It gave Fancy United a sense of security and it made them believe that mid can be fought against. That certainly wasn't the case. Fancy, he has still Nizzy holding his ground on the A side, but what he doesn't know that there's already a player towards his left. He peeks Jasper, wins the duel, and Fisio arrives in time to help him against New Gen. For the moment, I thought that I really thought that Sharper would be able to recover, you know?
Yeah.
Yes, I can pushing out of B. We have also at the same time the chamber clearing out a lot of area on mid. I thought that if this keeps up, then Fancy will basically box their opponents in towards A mid. But Sharper were aware about this one. They thought that maybe if we can alleviate the pressure from our back lines, then maybe we can focus on the front lines. They did do the first part of it, but the second part wasn't really successful. Nizzy held his ground, Fishy arrived in time, and that's a done deal.
Another round here, quick to take mid control. Jin and Nizzy already taking kills, and they're not stopping. Tiles has been completely right now blocked, but there's Haunt also going for any info. Change cannot peek, but in the meantime, Jasper finds one with a Marshall. That's a good one, but they still have to establish control. But look at the paranoia, beautifully done. Change the time he was backing off, gets stuck because of the wall. Jasper looking forward to again a shot with the Marshall. Connects one. Oh wait, he actually gets it as well on Wukong. Now it's all about Fisio trying to run away because he doesn't want to give away the weapon. Looking at how Jasper is playing, but unfortunately for Jasper, his team is no more.
One bullet, that's enough. Breaks the Haunt with one, breaks his opponent's head with the other. Fancy United have reached double digits.
I mean, Fancy United are able to kind of oppress their opponent, but on the other hand, Sharper are also to an extent contesting them. But unfortunately that they don't have enough players, Fancy United are capitalizing, or they don't have better weapons, Fancy United are capitalizing. So I hope Sharper figure this out, that they have enough players to get that positive trade game going on and don't do individual duels at the end when it's time for a retake after the plan. But look at this, going for a wide swing when you had utilities, when you had flashes, thinking that null command will work. Jin just backed off, didn't even have to use his rendezvous, and Wukong keeping a check from doors. Takes 2 players down. Niffy after that taking him down doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because everybody else swings because the door is still open.
Fancy United just throw bodies. That's their solution to everything, right?
Exactly. It's okay we lose a player, but we have a lot more. Just push that player.
We have like 4 more players. We throw bodies at you. Violence is not the answer. Violence is the solution. That's what Fancy believe in right now. You put down smokes, sure, Sharper can hold them back with it temporarily, but I believe this is what the comms in Fancy United looks like, right? They say 3, 2, 1, and then everybody jumps.
Push. Look at this again, a mid push that they're trying to do, taking control of tiles. Niffy going for a swing. Oh, wins the duel actually, but now Fisio also loses. Jin gets one to get that advantage in numbers, but Nizzy also helps, making it back to a 3v3 situation. This is what we said. The overcommitment, like, you got one, you could have backed up from there. You got two, you could have backed up from there. And now they're
Hold
just
on.
losing bodies.
Yeah, but they've dropped the spike. Hold on though, Niffy has a great opportunity. I don't think anyone will expect him to be back here this soon, and he's blown off 2 heads. It's all down to the Phoenix.
But look at his position.
Player standing.
Oh, he's done it. This Phoenix rising, summoned from the ashes. The puppet master congregating all the masses, pulling strings, twisting minds as bullets hit. Yes, I can wants this round, but can he take it? The ult runs out, lockdown available, spotted the last player, and he's got plenty of time to reposition.
He's like, you want the spike, right? Just take the spike. We'll see what you'll be doing next. And what a read here. Niffy should be going down. Yes, I can, ready for the duel, and he wins it. Oh, yes, I can.
Match
As
point.
he's a puppet master, he's like, you want free reigns? Take it. But eventually you would have to walk right in front of me. And with that, Fancy United will be looking forward to closing it very soon.
A puppet master, rightfully so. He basically forced Sharper Esports to walk into this trap. He orchestrated this entire round, setting his team up and himself up for grand success. And now he's just 1 round away from sealing the deal. Oh, Fancy want this hard. This is the first one. They hold absolutely no brakes. They push it. They push the pedal to the metal and take mid for themselves. Kill the only player who was present over there, but in the process of doing so, they've given up A.
It might be a plan, but still having 3 big ultimates on Fancy's end as Null Command still active can do a lot. But Leviathan and Change, they're picking one each. They've got the numbers to a 3-3 situation. Change doubling down. He doesn't want to stop right now. And looks like there can be a round which can work as Change is looking unstoppable at this point and maybe looking forward to his 4th as Fisho tries to climb up. The wall bang did not work and Niffy helps Change out. And that is going to be Sharper still surviving for another round before Fancy close out.
Yeah, but Fancy have money for days, man. Sharper, on the other hand, they have money for 1 extra round. So this round is so much more important for Sharper than it is for Fancy United. At least if Fancy, they lose this round, they still have map point, they still have extra money. Sharper, if they lose this, it's gone. And they don't just need to win the round, they need to win it by a big margin. Keep their players alive, because if they don't, then they will start crumbling, and slowly and steadily Fancy will start chipping away at them. Once again, the run it back, it is very close to getting fulfilled. They've already pushed way out of B main. Fancy have cleared out that entire region, and they've taken control of mid as well. They've basically boxed Sharper into A main.
I mean, that's their intention, which has already been working multiple times. And look at this, Wukong this time punishes Change because he was the man who changed the tide of the game previously. This time they want to make sure that before Sharper tried to get their way in, they are taken down. But Leviathan walks up, he gives them the space, and now he takes 2 down. And I think A can be again opened up, but they have to take players down. Jin finds 2 through the smoke. Are you kidding me? Leviathan in the meantime has walked up rafters, but it's going to be very crucial for him to find anything. He finds one, he's looking for another one on Jin, but he was out. He's still in hell. Leviathan needs to do something here, but it becomes to a 1v2 situation. Leviathan trying to spray and pray for his life, but eventually goes down to yes, I can. Even though there was a 4K, it is Fancy United who come out on top.
Fancy United now have taken down Sharper. They were already looking strong in this tournament, and with this win, they've solidified their position even further. For a second, it did seem like Sharper have a chance of making a comeback. They were on their way after that 6-6 half. But then Fancy relinquished only 1 round to them in the second half. They run it down. And look at the amount of aggression that Fancy United was showing. They were very comfortable battling it out on mid. Every time they would have at least 2 or 3 players walking right from the bottom of mid. one player pushing at the same time out of a shot. And if they find nobody over there, they're more than comfortable throwing bodies every time Sharper have taken a side already.
You see how much fear they had actually struck to Sharper's teammates, that
Yeah.
if they thought about hitting B, now just imagine the distance between how they can surround A and then B. B is the shortest. So if the tiles position is already taken over coming in from Fancy United, and even if you see Sharper trying to execute B, they would be pushed, as you said, thrown bodies at, because of which it would be exchanges so fast. But on the other end, when it was an A hit, there was a little bit of a comfort situation that even Sharper were able to do, but by the time they figured this out, that A can be the most probable situation where they can find closures, it was a little bit too late, and Fans United were already on match point. This one round, where they had to kind of fight really well in terms of the generator position, they gave up 1v1 duels. Sharper otherwise might have had actually a chance to keep up the lead in the first half, as well as get to a closer score line and put a tougher competition here for Fans United.
Yeah, I mean, at least in the first half, Sharper were able to find the gaps in Fancy's armor. You know, what they were doing was essentially finding gaps in whatever utility they placed, making timing attack work, and that's why Sharper was able to defend relatively well in the first half. But then when Fancy came on the defensive side, Fancy were like, screw it, I don't give a shit about utility, I'm just gonna run you down, press W and press mouse 1 and do it way too many times until you go down.
One round we saw just before this could have been another round where we would have seen maybe a scoreline of 12-8. But look at this, these kind of moves being done. They knew they were getting pushed from the tiles, so they had to make a B hit because they were already cornered. But it doesn't matter, as you said, so many players being pushed from Fancy United at any direction, they couldn't do anything. But this one round felt like there could have been something done, but Change did not expect Yes I Can to push up like this when he was already at catwalk, and he thought his teammate was keeping watch of where Yes I Can would have been. Unfortunately it failed, but then Change immediately stepped up, made sure that he paid a price for it, got himself around, but it was not enough because you saw what Jin did with his Todak Esports. Through the smoke he found two. There was no barrel being visible, there was no shoulder being visible. He just took a shot and then he tried his best. But on the other end, Leviathan did try his best. Unfortunately, as we always see, Yes I Can or anybody from Fancy United push out and then start cornering and choking them from either A main or B main. That's what happened at the last. Yes I Can came in from A main, even though it could have been Leviathan's ace clutch. Nonetheless, Fancy United were already at match point. So Fancy United, they get another point in the overall standings, looking closer for qualification at this point.
Definitely, Fancy United have a great game, and it just seems like whenever utility is not really working for them, they just throw bodies, and it's not the most elegant solution, but it is a very simple one. It's a one that works. So hey, why fix something if it's not broken? That's the philosophy of Fancy United. Let's see how far this philosophy can carry them, because they're not having the best tournament of their life so far. It's still a little shaky, but this win will give them a little bit more stability. Hopefully it will channel them through and take it all the way to the next stage of the tournament.
You can see the decision also in kind of on defense playing like they're on attack. That confidence for every individual player from their teammate to take duels and also try to get a victory. In case they fail, they have the confidence that their teammate will go for a trade. But now let's quickly take a look at the scorecard and see what has been done from the individuals, as we were talking from the entire team of Sharper as well as Fancy United. Talking about Sharper, need to give justice Leviathan and Niffy never fail from this team. And they did stand tall today as well, but even though there was a change, Yes I Can and Jin still functioned so well, especially when the defensive half came in. You couldn't kind of counter that combo, or you couldn't kind of push them out.
At this point, all you need to see is the KD ratio of these players. You have Yes I Can on 1.75 KD ratio. Keep in mind, people don't get such ridiculous KD even in death matches. Forget the tournament games. You have Nizzy popping off. You have Jin just playing like an absolute madman. And with so many players just nailing every single frag, winning their duels, there's absolutely no way Sharper can respond. I mean, only two of Sharper's players are above the KD. So even though utility-wise and tactics-wise, Sharper was the most stable team over here, it doesn't matter if they're gonna get their heads blown apart every single time. And in a map like Ascent, there's only so much that you can do in terms of strategy outplay and tactfulness. At the end of the day, it's a brawly map, and if Yes I Can goes down to brawl, he's gonna pound you down.
Yeah.
That's how Fancy United roll.
Oh man, what a show it has been. But still, there is one more match from Group B which we'll be witnessing. Just like Fancy got a point, there's still another two team trying to fight out and get their points. But before that, we'll have a short break. So don't go anywhere. Let's see that team who will be it to pick that point. So take a short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse, official VCT off-season event. Today's day has been kind of a, I would say,
A roller
roller
coaster.
coaster. Yeah, coming to that, and all the three games still now that we have seen, we did not expect it to go that way. Couple of teams who we thought should win did win, but not in a manner where we thought of. But now the last game coming, it Crips, it's going to be made in Thailand versus Todak. Again, they are also fighting for the points on the Group B.
Yep. At least Made in Thailand isn't completely down in the trenches. They still have one win. Todak also have one win each. So at this point, both the teams are just fighting to take the third place in their group.
Yes.
Although, even at that being said, the second place is already taken over by Fancy United.
For now.
For now being the key word over here. Sharper is more or less done. They're dusted off of this tournament. They have no
Yes.
chance of making it to the next stage. But Made in Thailand and Todak, they still have a chance. They win this game and they're going to be tied with Fancy United. And then it comes down to round differential. So not only do both these teams need to win this game if they want to have a chance, but if the round differential is great enough, then they will be able to jump over two teams, not just each other, but also over Fancy United if they win with a dominant enough scoreline.
Right now, there's one thing that we can expect for any of these teams to kind of qualify, whether it's Todak or Made in Thailand. Even though get the victory today, there's a tough match tomorrow for both of them that is lying ahead. Made in Thailand would have to fight with Fancy United on the other end. Todak would have to fight with Naus. We'll quickly talk about the overall standings to give you an idea about the actual picture that is there. And that's where you'll be seeing that still on Group B, it is Naus that is standing tall and strong with a 3-0 situation in the overall standings. But on the other end, after Fancy United getting that point, they will be in the second place as Cripps mentioned here. The overall standings will tell you another thing. That is, as you see, Made in Thailand or Todak might be the teams who will be looking forward to a fight, but it all depends on who gets the victory today. Because if Made in Thailand get a victory, it's a match tomorrow against Fancy United where they need to win. If Todak get the victory, they have to get a victory against Naus. Or if they lose today and Made in Thailand lose tomorrow, it eventually comes down to what can happen. And I feel like if somebody loses today, whether it's Made in Thailand or Todak, and getting to a scoreline 2-2, Fancy United might just take down Made in Thailand tomorrow as well. So a very tough call. So Made in Thailand need to get this victory if they want to get to the qualification situation.
Exactly. Because currently Made in Thailand, Todak, both are nearly tied up in the scoreline. There's only like a 1 point round difference that separates these two teams. And it's not that big of a lead that MiTH have. They not only need to win, they need to win it in a very dominant fashion. And
Yes.
only if they win today, if they have a chance of maybe even going up against Fancy United tomorrow. Fancy, for now, they can be sitting on their ivory throne. But as one knows, ivory is not the strongest of elements. It can be broken.
The only thing right now I'm worried is for Todak. I mean, I want them in the race a little bit further down the line, but even if they win today, they have a strong opponent in the group tomorrow to face off is going to be Naus. So Todak need to make a statement here if they win against Made in Thailand, or even if they don't make a statement, they win against Made in Thailand, they have to be super prepared for tomorrow. So Todak have a very hefty game today and tomorrow back to back to think a lot about. And the same goes for Made in Thailand. So they have a lot to lose and a lot to gain, and these two teams to end our day off as a showstopper here is just brilliant. And as I started the day off, we did mention, right, Crips, that these two teams are like at the same caliber. So when we see these two teams fight against each other, you cannot say who is better. I mean, in terms of the perspective and the scenario and the history, Made in Thailand should be the one, but because these teams have not gone head to head, you don't know what you can say.
Yeah, it's not like these teams have faced each other very often before. You can only draw conclusions by judging their performance against other teams in this tournament, because they haven't really faced each other. And these teams have even gone through so many changes that it's really not possible to draw conclusions from their previous matches as well. So I mean, sure, Todak, they lost to Fancy United before and they beat Sharper, but then let's be honest, every team has been able to beat Sharper. Made in Thailand lost to Naos. Todak haven't faced Naos yet. So that is one thing that you need to keep in mind. Let's take a look at Todak's roster. It's Frosties, Jay, Kyle, Kaylee, and Subby. Of course, a lot of people do tend to get confused between the two guys whose names start with K, but both of them are equally deadly.
Oh yes, they wreck players off. Todak, just like we saw NKT yesterday, had a bad match. So I hope today they're here for redemption, just like NKT did. But on the other end, they are going to be facing Mammoth, so it is not going to be easy. Made in Thailand will be coming up with big names and big fights, such as Kongarid and PTC. But these are the ones not playing the duelists. They are the ones who try to help out the team together. And then there is Kadum. And whenever Made in Thailand have enabled Kadum to do whatever he wants and also get space for the team, Made in Thailand have always found success. And in case you're worried, like okay, maybe Kadum is not doing, Kongarid is unable to set him up, then there is Alone Fills as well who plays in the initiator. And if all fails, Beta is there for the team. But now it's all about which map they fight on and how they find success on it.
All right, then let's take a look at the map veto. Both these teams have their strong maps and their weaker maps. Todak obviously don't want Pearl. I don't think anyone wants Pearl in a situation like this, but the fact that Todak has banned Fracture early on tells you that Todak has done their homework. MiTH are definitely strong on Fracture, and they take it to a neutral ground, Haven, where none of these teams really have like a massive advantage. Both of them are equally good on it, but that's the problem, right? When you're matched with an evenly powered opponent, you need to take those moves. You need to make certain plays which throw your opponents off guard, and the team with the deeper strat book is going to win today.
Yep. And also for the fact that yesterday when we saw Todak fight in Fracture, they did not have the time of their life. And Frosty on that Neon couldn't do anything at all. So he will be looking forward to a little bit of free reign where he can jump around, try to go and kind of separate players, create space for his team, which was completely nullified yesterday because of the aggression they faced from Fancy United. So a little bit calm and composed Todak is something that we are expecting, and also yes, brutal when it is needed. Let's jump into the agent selection and see if that's the case. If still the Neon is active here from Frosty, are they going to be going for a Jet or a Raze?
Let's take a look at this. Yeah. So this is a little surprising. The Cypher has come through for Todak. We saw a game with a Cypher yesterday on Haven. It did not really work out for them. It wasn't any of these teams. But on the other side, MiTH, they have changed some things around. Usually, it's Alone Fills who's on something like a Fade. At least the last time they played on Haven, Alone Fills was playing Fade. He was playing Fade against MiTH Esports. And this time he's gone for the Sova instead. But everything else is more or less the same. Beta on Omen, Kongared on Sky, PTC on Killjoy. We've all seen this before in MiTH's match against MiTH Esports. The only thing that's changed for them is the Sova, which they picked up last time.
Mm-hmm. Now, both the teams know that it's kind of a do or die situation, yes, because this match is against again their own caliber. They know how they can fight against, but next when they fight against it, it's like one is aggression, another team is such a confident and well established team which reads their opponent just like a book which is handed over by themselves. So it's going to be tough matches for them. But right now, what can Todak or even MiTH do and try to get this victory off the cards in their own bags? Starting it off, it is going to be Todak on defense. Arve is going to be seeing a very heavy A rush setup from their end, and they're expecting MiTH to do the same. And I think this fight off to start things off will give us an idea of what can happen.
An early recon towards A, and they're full sending it. No breaks applied by MiTH. They are going in for this one. The front line slows them down to a crawl, but they can't capitalize on the back of it because of counter utility. The paranoia forces them towards long instead, and Todak is now trapped in this corner. Almost every single player of their team is present on long, which MiTH obviously have no trouble decapitating.
Spike planted.
They get the sight, they get the spike, and now it's a 2v3 situation. Not favoring Todak, but they have the Horn, they have a Prowler as well. Not too sure about the Astra, but they need to find a trade duel or at least find an advantage. Oh, Nanostorm still there from PTC, which causes them a lot more time way before they enter the side. And now they're just annoying them with people peeking from random directions one after another. And before they could do a lot of damage, it's already Todak's players out, and Made in Thailand take the first round. And as you said, it was a full set without any stops for Made in Thailand, and especially Kadum getting a lot out of it from the short push gave Made in Thailand the round as well.
It kind of was very funny how Todak, they had a decent enough stack on the A side. There were so many members of them ready to defend this one, but the moment MiTH displayed pressure towards the beta throughout that paranoia, almost every single player of Todak was forced to play towards that narrow cubby on A long, and trapped in there, they couldn't do much. They were overwhelmed with the numbers, and MiTH was able to take that round easily. This time as well, MiTH knock on the doors of the C side, but they encounter at least three. They spotted three people by themselves. They don't know where the other two would be, but it's safe to assume that it's a C stack. So they hightail it towards the A side. But this is a race now. All the members of MiTH and all the members of Todak now ready to attack C with everything they've got. But MiTH get there first, and Todak, even though they're stacked up on A, they can't really do much to stop the plant.
Plan done. It's a 5v5 situation. There's still a camera from Kale, which should give them if using it at all. He doesn't want to give away that much of an information if there's a lot of people. But
here we go. They try to full send it in. Kyle drops straight to his death, and this crossfire is just chewing them apart. Only one casualty for the side of Made in Thailand. They lose their SOA, but hey, it's completely fine. They walk away with the plant, plenty of money in the bag. Whatever vandals they had acquired, they still retain those, so they don't lose any expensive weaponry.
I mean, should have been a round for Made in Thailand. It is a Made in Thailand round, but right now it is a full buy. But one thing I do like is Todak's reads. Previously as well, as the round started, it was a heavy C stack coming in from Todak. They had the right idea, and Made in Thailand, as soon as they understood that it's a stack, they immediately ran across. So I feel like there can be good reads coming in here from Todak. They're going in for a quick hit and take a long control this time. The Seas does not trap anybody. Frosty's in the meantime with the smoke that his teammate has helped. The Nebula, he's already propped himself up close to A main. But in the meantime, it looks like Made in Thailand have changed their mind. They're thinking about a garage to C hit maybe.
Even though they're flirting with the idea of going towards garage and C, there's plenty of utility of Todak standing in their way. The tripwire makes sure nobody can climb up garage and go for a full flank. Meanwhile, Jay and the Cypher himself, they have a decent-ish enough crossfire. One playing on swing, the other playing on contact, and they're buying so much space for themselves because of the cyber cage. But do MiTH care? No, they don't. They walk right into it and exterminate the pests that are guarding the seaside.
For a second, both Jeet and Kale were kind of clashing with each other, trying to figure out which direction we should fight. And I think that kind of did not work out in their favor. Otherwise, if it would have stuck to the log, it could have worked out. But look at this, Todak are not even challenging and trying to go for a retake. It is a 3v4 situation, but they let it go. They're like, this is our buy round, and if we try to contest and fail, not only don't we get the round, but we don't even have the weapons to try and challenge for the next, and it's a 4-0 instantaneously.
Well, the save is called. Todak, they will live to fight another day, but with lesser money, hopefully superior weapons. 3 guns saved is a decent enough way to negate your losses, but they can't keep on doing this again and again. This round was supposed to be their bonus. It was supposed to be a round where MiTH had lesser chances of winning, and given the setup that Todak had on the C side, I thought they should be able to hold their own, because I guess the only confusion that happened over there between Jay and Kyle was one of them was supposed to play anti-flash, and none of them knew which one that player would be. They thought they could activate the cyber cage and buy space for themselves, play around timing, be a little cheeky. And MiTH were like, screw it, we're just going to go right inside the cyber cage and root this problem, nip it at the bud.
Round started. Todak, can they make something work out of in this round in the 3 weapons that they have? Made in Thailand playing slow, understanding that they have weapons and we do not want to give up our advantage. Kadum wanted to fight with the player who tried to spam window, But nothing worked in the meantime. Kale still has a cyber cage in case there are a lot of aggression coming in. But look at the setup at A. There's one camera and a trap fire in case somebody decides to push towards defender spawn. So that one can be checked and fought with Kale, and that's the reason he's setting himself for that position. In the meantime, look at the smokes being dropped as they try to hit A. The cyber cage and the trap fire might help Beta Kale at least to get
Spike
one, but there's
planted.
nobody who gets caught. And now Kale, it's no use. Cyber cage fails. The smoke is about to disappear, and his position will be seen.
5v5 retake. We've seen so many of these before, but none that goes so slowly. Aftershock clears out the close cubby angle, but he takes the position over there again. So crossfire from the side of MiTH is still intact. TDK, they push through the smokes. This Nebula is giving them so much room to work around, but instead Conqueror turns it around. This was a Nebula that was supposed to basically break open the crossfires that Made in Thailand had built for themselves, but Conqueror is like, nope, I'm just going to use the curvatures and take this entire run for myself. He hasn't died a single time in this game.
Brilliant game coming in from Made in Thailand. Looks like they were to completely command this attacking half without anything being done, but you could see there is some structure, there is some thought that Todak do have in the game, but they have to bring it through in a proper manner. That was kind of a broken round where they had 3 weapons saved and a couple of their players not buying up. But look at this, Kadum wanted to push up but gets trapped with the C's. He will be very happy that the opponents don't have a raise.
Oh, otherwise this could have been an easy death.
Yeah.
I've got your trail.
Gael has changed things up. He realized that the setup on A wasn't really paying many dividends, so he decides to go towards C instead. Again, the same story.
Jeed. Super crucial.
Oh my
Finds 3. He's stationed right now at C, but finally falls down. But look at this. Garage fight Sube fails and one more. Congarit doubles down over there. Picks himself a 3k. After the garage fight is done, and now it's all up to one last player surviving. Frost Easy. He has the run it back. Can he pop it and get this clutch for himself and his team? But he's worried about Garage, and that's the reason he's not popping it. And the
My
duel
God.
lost. Even before he could say anything, Congarit with the 4th. Oh, he's
Conqueror is
becoming
going.
a beast.
Oh, no, not just beast. At least beasts can be slayed, you know. Mythologically as well, beasts have always been taken down by the gods, but this time Conqueror is not just the god, he is the king of gods. He's gone 10-0. Double-digit frags, not a single death, getting a 4k in very little HP, like red HP. How does he not die? He's wearing some sort of an adamantium armor. There's literally nothing that can take him down.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. In terms of the confidence as well for Todak to say that we've never been able to take on Garrett. And now look at this. Kadum on that confidence, having Garrett right behind him, rushes in, but sees 3 players. He's like, this 3, run away. But the spike, he had the spike. I think there is some blame game that can be done here. He's like,
No. This is he tried to yoink the spike, and he's gotten away with it. Oh no! So every single MiTH player literally decided to stand on top of the spike, because if you do that, then the Omen cannot steal
yes.
it. But that failed. And I
Todak,
think,
unfortunate for them.
yeah, Todak saw this coming a mile away, right? Like this,
Yeah.
under no other circumstance will a jet rush into the A side without any recon, without anything else on the spike. And Todak saw it coming from a mile away, but they still failed to recover. They still failed to stop the spike recovery. And now they can't even get into the side because of the Hunter's Fury. And even if they somehow make it inside, Beta is standing right there with his gun. Oh my god. This was a round that Todak was destined to win, but MiTH overcome all odds.
It's so unfortunate to see, like, after catching Kadum like that, unable to do anything. I mean, it would have been insane to see him flick 3 blades at a point immediately where he gets the entire 3 stack at A side down. But the play from MiTH to kind of hit and still take the spike. As you said, it was funny to see all of them try to stop from the shadows, stealing the spike away. But that's an Omen. You might be able to take him down with a gun, but in the actual sense, it doesn't feel like he has a body. It's just a spirit wrapped around a cloak. Good timeout though. 6. Oh,
Yeah, they needed this time out.
yeah.
Because up until now, everything that Todak has tried has not worked for them. I believe this is the moment Todak tried to play a little more aggressively. Because up until now, the only thing they've been changing is the cipher setup. Sometimes it's on A, sometimes it's on C, sometimes it's in both places. You know, where the camera will be on A shot, but the tripwires will be on C, or something along those lines. That's not been working. So need to set up Frosties for success. He's been holding that run it back since a couple of rounds now, and it's about time he uses it. But Frosties alone won't be able to do much. He needs something else as well. He needs supporting utility from Subby, who, by the way, is having an absolutely terrible game, having no frags at all.
Again, a quick one. We've not seen Frosty come alive with his run it back. And look at this. As soon as they understand there's a lot of dump coming towards A lobby to deny control, they immediately rotate, understanding that it should be a heavy stack at A. Let's just hit the other end, and they rightly are doing so. The away from Todak, they're not fighting for this control at C.
Here.
There is a trap wire close default, and they do destroy it. So nothing being found of value as well,
Yeah.
in case they thought somebody would step into the trap wire.
Yeah, but Todak have all the right ultimates for the retake. The Cosmic Divide can shut down C long in case any player decides to play long, and the Nightfall obviously will facilitate a lot of it, but Todak, they're not prepared for this one. Frosties comes in from the back of garage, and here comes the Nightfall. This is their cue to move right inside. The violence has been turned up to 100%. The speedometer is not holding back. The Doom deciding to stay towards the box and is good for only one. It's not even one. He just kills the body of the Phoenix. The moment the smoke fades, Alone Fills will have multiple people gunning him down. And after a very long and arduous first half, Todak finally find their first round. But all of it came on the back of big ultimates. The run it back and the Nightfall was required to make this possible.
I mean, there was a point where that Nightfall wouldn't have seen the day of light because of how Kongarid and Beta were playing Garage. If that push did not come in from Garage doors where they wrapped around from B main, it wouldn't have worked. We wouldn't have seen Todak getting there first. Very crucial for Frosty to find that kill on Kongarid. Made in Thailand. Now understand that yes, Todak after a tactical timeout are recomposing their sources and waiting for the right opportunity to hit. This time, Made in Thailand want to be quick. They want to find a couple of bodies in their initial movement. They don't find any towards C, so they're still waiting it out, looking forward to any aggression.
MiTH taking it super slowly this time around. I wonder what they're waiting for. They realize that Todak have no choice but to turn up the aggression around, but they expect it to come towards A, which is the correct read. Frosties has already reached to the top of A lobby. But still, Todak, a whole minute into the round, they have no information, they have no prospects either. They're still holding T-spawn. This Trailblazer will certainly clear out Frosties, but no, the moment I say that, it was broken clear. The Seekers will have definitely given away Frosties, so he's like, if I'm gonna die, I might as well take one down with me.
4v4 situation, so Todak need to keep this up. I mean, if you trade out bodies, let it be the equal. Kale, the crossover has been seen. He couldn't stay there, but right now the camera is good. He tags the player, but the camera does get destroyed. The plant is coming in. Oh, after shock, it does deny the plant, and that was a big one. Now they can go for a quick hit as the smokes are disappearing. Kale Weaver is very crucial to take Beta down. The paranoia hits, but still PTC goes down. But in the meantime, Kale with the wrap around, but it's being checked, but still Kongarid fails. Now things are going very for Made in Thailand to figure something out, and the clock is running away from there. Beta somehow dodges the fall line for a second to pick up 2 kills, but it is not enough. With 5 seconds left, he gets the plant in. Oh, he gets it to a 1v1. No way.
Now, Kale doesn't know if he teleported to the back of the site or did he teleport to the top of the boxes. He has no choice but to hard clear it by pushing under the smoke, and that's obviously a risky prospect. But Beta, having gone all the way around to the other side after faking the sound cue, it's just down to both these players playing Ring Around the Rosies, and Kaylee decides to just wait it out.
Okay.
Patience pays off, and Todak get their second.
To clear like that after Beta having so much confidence to fight around the site. I mean, you saw the fall lane was prepped, but the second it hit late, he picked up 2 kills. Who I'm pretty sure right now Todak will be happy at the same time beating themselves up after getting so close to losing the round. But Made in Thailand on the other end, they will be like, we took the site, we could have tried to quickly go for a plant in like the main itself rather than going for the tuck inside, and they kind of lost it. And that's the reason Made in Thailand have called for a timeout, because it's a momentum shift.
Yeah. Yeah, the moment Todak take 2 rounds, Made in Thailand don't want to give them any more momentum. They take the tactical timeout. Here's what I think Made in Thailand will be discussing. Their win condition now relies on shutting down the breach. Sabi isn't able to take a lot of frags this game, but his utility is paramount to the success of Todak. So Made in Thailand need to bait out the utility of Sabi, and not just him, but they also need to bait out every single piece of utility that the members of Todak have. Make them force this utility out, use it right at the beginning of the round, so that when the actual execute from Made in Thailand comes through, they have nothing to stop them, nothing to deny and disrupt. And disruption is the way Todak have been winning. Whether you stop them from planting the spike or whether you force them to fall back in 10 seconds left in the round, that's the only way MiTH are able to lose. That's the only way Todak can do something.
Blocking vision.
And MiTH are like, you know what? We waited out the spotlight, no stuns come through, but Frosties and Jay, they both win their duels. 2 members down already, and Made in Thailand's plans are already down the drain.
The decision to use Sube for his utilities when he's unable to do anything else is just brilliant. You saw the fault line setup, and he double swing towards C-Long gets 2. There is a quick switcheroo coming in from Made in Thailand to see if there is a possibility that they can get the round back, but they have to deal with KL, who's still on site with 1 trap wire towards shot, but walk in coming in from Beta, waiting for the duel here, but there's already Heaven which is entered. Sube does get taken down, but KL, he goes for a swing and gets punished from alone fills. It is back to a 2v3 situation, still doable here for Made in Thailand, especially with both the ultimates online now. The Hunter's Fury as well as the Lockdown, and maybe we see the Lockdown actually being placed first. But look at the lineups coming in first, and as they are looking forward to enter, but PTC still trying to buy time with the Nano Swarm.
Oh my goodness, Jay just swings wide. Alone Fills has no choice but to just fight in both directions. There was absolutely no way he was going to win this one. Todak are actually doing this. Todak have realized that sure, they may be able to get the early duels, but that's not what's going to guarantee them victory. The only vulnerability that MiTH have shown so far is the plant moment. The moment somebody commits to that spike plant, they know he's not going to be able to do anything. That's when they push. They dump all the flashes they have and just run into the side with the wrath of God.
Brilliant way to get back in momentum and rounds for Todak. And also to understand that until now, till 6-0, we have been giving them space to get closer to us and then hit us. And we are not ready. And now they are proactively taking control of positions and fighting from there. They're just not holding that approach. They're trying to push up, seeming for an action over there, and then immediately picking up an advantage and then not backing off also. They're just holding that position. So it's working out really well for Todak. This time, they're going in for a late hit. Frosties is called back Sube again. It's all about the timing here. A flash from Frosties can do a lot. He sends a flash of his own, but it does not work out. Kadoom is able to take him out. But look at the walk-up coming in from Sube. Finds one. That's a spike carrier. He has the Rolling Thunder. Sends it away. PTC is able to take him down, but it doesn't matter. Wait, it actually doesn't matter. Kongarid is able to get an advantage, but KL is still on site. He takes a player, walks short, throws down a cage to annoy them even further, and he's just going around and giving them upside control.
What the bloody hell is this round? It went from north to south to all the way around the earth, and now they find themselves at A again. Jay, he tried to go for the timing peak, obviously was met with death, and the drone detects KL. He has no choice but to go in for the swing, has to force the fight over here. He comes through, almost got the second one as well, and this was a round that is as close as ever. MiTH have the advantage in this half, but damn oh damn, what a round was this. First, the flashing action from both the Sky and the Phoenix towards Long, that went south real fast. The Rolling Thunder would have been pristine if it wasn't for PTC to come in towards A lobby a little later. And then you had KL just playing ring around the rosies from short to long and all the way in between.
The spike had also almost made its way to B.
Yeah.
So if that 1v1 duel worked, maybe KL would have actually caught that clutch. But nonetheless, it's still MiTH in an advantage. A quick
Oh, this
Hunter's
is big.
Fury to clear out sight.
Yeah, but you realize that there's nobody on site, so the Hunter's Fury was actually damaging players towards Garage. They dodge it, but that's a different story. The Todak still have 4 ultimates available. One of them is the run it back, the other one is the Nightfall. Keep in mind, this same combination was used last time to get them the retake. But the lockdown, this is a little difficult now. They need to push further in. All of them might get detained, but the lockdown is destroyed. And this is the game changer that Todak were looking for. The Cosmic Divide will make sure that nobody can shoot them as they tap the spike. Only Shock Darts and Hot Hands can stop them from defusing. Kaylee has the gap. He's going to spray everybody down as they try to make it across. And that it is. Todak, on the back of 3 massive ultimates, they succeed in the retake.
Oh my god. To see it being so chaotic. And for a second, KL has thought that, oh no, I think I don't have any control. But then to find that small gap where the Cosmic Divide was, he just functioned so well at that point, abusing that gap, making use of it. I mean, yes, it's his own teammates' Cosmic Divide, but for it not to be completely sealing off C main opening, he found his own calling over there to take down players. So Todak have a probability to close a 5-7 here because Made in Thailand, they don't have a great buy as well.
I've got your trail.
Last round of the half. Whatever you've got, throw it in the works. Todak definitely want to throw a spanner in the works of Made in Thailand, but they've given up the C site again. Now, last time they were successful because of the massive ultimates they had available, but without any ultimates, can Todak still go for the retake?
This is going to be a tough one. From the shadows, still alive from Beta. Gale slowly walks up garage, closes the doors, and then might go for a swing. But the paranoia is timed perfect, so no garage shenanigans being pulled. Brilliant Prowler! Oh, the flat timing! Frosteasy gets caught, and Kongarit is just spraying through the smokes along with Kadum helping him out. And it's all up to the last player, Sube, who hasn't found anything in this first half. Finds one on Kongarit, but is barely surviving with 4 as he opens up his hand for a flash. BDC sends out bullets. And that's an 8-4 close for Made in Thailand with a 4-round lead.
A decent lead for Made in Thailand. Todak were able to figure out the formula to success, but I guess by that time it was a little too late. And most of their success came through retakes on C site. 3 times they were successful in retaking C. One time it was on that B ring around the rosy play that Kaylee had to make. But MiTH, my god, all of their players are just stepping the hell up, except for PTC. Almost everyone's having a good game. Kadum has been creating so much space. Beta clutching things out. Kongaret and Alone Fills are just unstoppable wrecking balls right now.
8-4. Is there a chance that what we saw from Made in Thailand be repeated from Todak's end? They be very fast. Talking about Made in Thailand, they had a lot of information based initiators around which they kind of wanted to carry the momentum with knowing where the players are and then going for a quick hit, which did work out. On the other end, Todak have very aggressive initiators.
Yeah.
Haunt, yes, gives them info, but look at the Prowler right behind it, the C's to catch somebody, and also having an Astra for them should be another advantage where they can trap the players from running away.
Yeah, the Astra acts like a pseudo initiator when you're on the attacking side, and that in combination with the breach utility, you can carpet bomb an entire side, basically stun the entire place. And we've seen this in the previous Haven game. Just today, a massive comeback was mounted from 10-2 to 13-11, and all of this was possible because that team's breach and Astra carpet bombed the entire site with utility, basically leaving no place for their opponents to leave standing over there. Now, will MiTH face the same fate? Of course, having a Killjoy changes everything. There is a timing window that the Breach and the Astra have. If you use that utility, you have to take the side in the next 4 or 5 seconds. If you cannot, then you will have absolutely no advantage. And Killjoy is the best at slowing things down to a crawl. If Made in Thailand can just control the pace, their win condition is already satisfied.
Look at how Killjoy, as you mentioned, is playing on two sides. There's an alarm bot if they want to enter B, and if they even get over aggressive towards A, there's the turret which will not let them plant. Shock dart, a brilliant timed one, does damage on Frost Easy, but look at the damage that Sube has taken. A single bullet right now from a pistol is enough to take him down. He'll not be happy about that. But finally, they're thinking about a hit after receiving so much in terms of non-welcoming signatures from Made in Thailand. They're thinking about moving around. But Killjoy right now has kind of a read and is
30
worried in
seconds
case
left.
somebody has walked up. Maybe they smoked off the turret, so the turret was unable to spot anybody. But I think finally the Killjoy should be able to hear something as the sounds coming in. The turret will be broken. A little bit of chip damage, yes, and they'll be getting the spike down as well with the trap wire being placed in case they come for a quick retake. But look at that! It was a shock dart finally take down Sube. But now the lurker, he's being surrounded. Kelly takes one, looking forward to the second, but finally they send him with sheets. And now in a situation where Todak have a difficulty to work with, it's a 3v4.
Numbers certainly available with Made in Thailand, but plenty of time has been wasted already in the
What?
attempt to hunt down that fate. Kael though, lovely shot, and Todak just hit the killing switch. They activate every single frag, and Conqueror has no chance of getting back in here.
For a second, I thought Frosteasy will let that flash go because he was worried. He shot through the edge of the default position twice and then he realized, oh wait, he's actually flashed. Let me just swing and take him down. So you can understand how Todak are cautious in terms of taking the duels and the angles that they're holding and making sure they want to win it in a victorious fashion. Now with that pistol, it'll give them for sure advantage to take the second round as well. But you can see a couple of cheeky weapons. Kadoom functions really well on the Marshal, and then there's a shorty from Alone Fills, and he's looking forward to just waiting towards A-Long, and in case somebody comes up close, he's going to be smacking them right at the face. But oh, Gale, an easy pick. Ah, does not time it perfectly, and Alone Fills takes the ult top and backs off. Kadoom.
He can't push further. This is about as far as he goes. He actually breaks the trap fire. Now, this is going to make Todak check behind them for just a minute second. But with so much information gathered because of the C push, Todak are in trouble. Made in Thailand have stacked 4 players right here. Beta with the paranoia holds them back for just a second longer, but now he's repositioned to the left side. Obviously, Sabi will account for that. And Todak, regardless of the amount of defenses that Made in Thailand put up, they swarm this site. They take over it with brute force.
Alone Fills gets a Bulldog. He's making them pay, but finally the fault line helps them to get back that Bulldog, and now it's all up to one last player. That's going to be Kadoom with the Marshal who had pushed up C-Long. Now Zube again barely surviving. He needs help, but he's quick on the trigger, gets a 4K, and looks like Zube has come alive here in the second half, where we never saw even a couple of kills coming in from Zube in the first. Now he has a 4K in one round.
Well, that's the way to step up for your team.
I think it's all the case for all Breach players, right? Even in the previous game, you just mentioned about it, how that Breach came alive with the utility setup along with the contrast for Astra, and you can see Sube also doing something here similar.
I mean, on paper, Breaches are supposed to be more lethal on the attacking side. They are a very aggressive character, right? On the defense, the max you can do is maybe set up your duelist for a kill if you have one in your team. And sure, maybe you can take some aggressive control on it. But in a map like Haven, there's very standard Breach plays which can be predictable easily. Oh, Conqueror continues to defend this site from the back. He's flashed, but he's still able to get a kill. Oh, finally somebody puts his killing spree to an end, but I guess it's a bit too late already. 2v4, spike not planted. And these guys are surrounded from both C-Link and A. Kelly has to get a frag before he can commit to the plant, and he tries to pick up the fight, but Kadoom will wish them good night. And that is it, Made in Thailand. With this win, it should be enough for them to get a decisive lead. Economic favors should swing in their favor, and while Todak are not completely broken, this is the last purchase that they can muster up. If they lose this next round, then Todak are going to be flat out broke.
Enemy remaining.
The timing to figure things out for them to understand that they are pushing, and especially after Beta going down in backside and them realizing, okay, one of their players does not have a weapon, who's Jeet, and they knew that he would try to go regain a weapon, and they punished him as well. But right now another round started, and very crucial here for Todak, as you said. They don't have a lot to work in their banks. So they have to figure a way to get this round and get that economy rolling. And if they do, they'll have a comfortable situation where they can get closer to equalizing the score. So this round inclines a lot on that. But look at the positioning coming in that Alone Phils wants to do. I think he is setting himself for maybe the Hunter's Fury in case they walk up at A, because there's nobody else helping him out. And it is going to be a good decision for them to hit A, just because it is almost empty. They can get the spike down and go back, and Sube has his Rolling Thunder for a late retake in case that happens.
I think what MiTH Thailand is going to do is the moment the spike is tapped, the Hunter's Fury will come through. But if not the Hunter's Fury, then at least the shock darts will do damage and make things a tad bit easier. But both these big ultimates, both the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury on either side, it's going to be such a weird retake. Jay, he's prepared for this one. He can hear one more player, but does he know that PTC is also present in this region? He's figured out where Conga Red is, and now he's spotted the third player as well. All chess pieces accounted for, but the queen has fallen. Jay cannot stand up to the pressure. At the same time, Alone Phils is making things difficult towards the CT entrance. They can hold the backstab away, and Sope is doing an amazing job of keeping players at bay. But every defender who was coming in from CT is already dead, and Conga Red will be put in his grave as well.
I was worried for a second. The amount of attention that three players from MiTH Thailand, Kadum, PTC and Congarid were able to keep. Alone Phils found a kill at the same time on site. Thankfully, they were immediately able to trade him out. Otherwise, Alone Phils would have taken another player, 2 players out, and 3 players trying to fight at A lobby. The spike could have been taken away from them. But as you said, that was a very crucial round for Todak. And after them getting it, they will have their economy. MiTH Thailand, not so sure about that. But not only that, momentum that they had, which they just got back after getting around, is again going away from their hands, and Todak are playing so well on this attack.
A decent enough lead taken by MiTH in the first half, but now their dynasty is being questioned, their legacy challenged. Can they hold on to this one? Todak, the unlikeliest of contenders, is actually giving them a good run for their money, and Todak have found immense success on the A side. MiTH Thailand have failed to retake A almost every single time. Forget retake, they failed to defend it in the first place. MiTH Thailand have been giving up A, assuming that they will be able to take the retake without any difficulties, but they have always failed in doing so, and now they have some serious questions to answer. Was it worth it giving up the A side all this time? It resulted in Todak getting 3 free wins. And while they still have a 2-round deficit, they don't have any money, which is meaning Todak is most likely gonna get 9-8. Oh, Kadum in their faces, challenges and activates the blades. Now this could be a little difficult to deal with.
They have to be quick to take A. That's the plan that they really need. If Kadum is allowed to kind of work with his blades and get players down, it's going to be too tough. And Kale finally clears the entire side. The spike should be coming any down, but the Hunter's Fury this time gets used. So he immediately goes back to plant in a different direction, where they're still checking it. The tag comes through, and Kale, he had an ultimate in case they found the kill to reveal all positions. The neural theft is gone out. But look at this. As the spike goes down, Nightfall of its own does come alive, and they use that ultimate immediately to tag players, not letting them go for a quick retake, buying time. G takes Congarid down, denying the tower control for them. There's Alone Phils right now, and then 2 players trying to push up from defender spawn. BTC and Pita, if they can make anything happen, they can have an upper hand. They can get a better. They're looking forward to a crossfire, but the barrel gets swatted, and Frosty's with the spray down as soon as the barrel got seen. And Todak pushed themselves to 8.
They push themselves to 8, but they never really need to push the A side. I mean, MiTH Thailand have never posted a defense over here. They almost never even play from the side. Whenever they defend A, it's either one player standing in heaven and then everyone else trying to come in for a retake. even when they do go for the retake, right? They've tried every single approach. They've tried sending everybody in from CT and Heaven. They've tried retaking with 3 players coming in from a lobby instead. Neither of those approaches are working, and now Made in Thailand need to question, is giving up A really worth it? The answer is a resounding no. And that's exactly why in this particular round, Made in Thailand have stacked 3 players on the A side. The moment I say that, it turns into 2, but this flash and peak combination is gonna get the kill onto Kael instantly, which is great because Kael had the neural theft available on him. Any single kill would have given away all the plans of Made in Thailand.
Frosty quick on the run it back, trying to take control. There's a person at logs that he had to check. He didn't, and Alone Fills helps him out, and that's going to be one. In terms of the ultimate nullified, already having a disadvantage. That run it back was the second life. Now they wasted it. And look at the quick switcheroo again. They did not hit it. They did use a lot of utilities over there, but they're quick to run to A and get control of it, get the spike done. But PTC is keeping a check.
Yeah,
They
but
need to be worried about the tower.
But PTC doesn't have a utility to the most. Oh my goodness! I take my words back. I take everything back. PTC
He has a
doesn't
gun.
need any util to get these kills. That bulldog is basically him saying bullshit to any Todak opponents. No way he pulled that off. 3 bursts, 3 kills, and that's a highlight clip right there.
He will be super happy because of that. And now look at Beta has so much space. He's seen the player trying to now fight with him, but he's lonesome. It's a 1v4 situation with no time left. Spike out in the open where the players from Made in Thailand can watch it. And they're letting Jeet survive. They're like, it's one weapon. How much can that do? On the other end, we are on double digits. Let him survive. We'll get around and we'll see how to work in the next. But on the other end, because Todak have been winning a couple of rounds, they should be able to buy up for another round. But that was what was needed. That approach that we saw from Todak previously in their defense, being proactive and taking control and taking a duel, which was missing from Made in Thailand. They were just waiting and sitting. That initial flash and finding a kill gave them the advantage, and it was PTC, the ADS, and he just pops ahead.
And every single player on Made in Thailand was just simply not prepared for this one. Frosty was taking his gun out. He was caught in the animation. Sabi had his arms open probably for a flash. And by the time the fade even peaked him, there was just way too much momentum riding on him. PTC was feeling super confident at that point. Continued to stand his ground and shut everyone down. My goodness, you don't get to see clips like that very often.
Beta right now spotted as they were thinking about a C push. But look at this. The Astra with again another Dissipate has repositioned the team, but not quite far. They're still around the attacker spawn lobby, figuring out whether they should go for a B hit, A hit, what they want to do. But in the meantime, Made in Thailand, what they're doing, they're fortifying their positions. I thought maybe Alone Fills and Kadum will push up, take a lot in terms of control at A, but it didn't happen. So right now, Kadum is left all alone. In the meantime, shot is being checked from Alone Fills. Kadum is quick on one, but that's just a trade now. Alone Fills sneakily tucked himself in. The Prowler will not be able to check in, but Alone Fills, look at him, he wanted to hide, but the ultimate should reveal the position, but Alone Fills tucks himself at the right moment to not give away the kill, but he's playing inside the smoke. So Kyle, it'll be very tough for him. But his teammates, they have rotated very quickly. They want to hit the C. The C is empty. They should be having the chance to hit it, but they need to be worried about it. In the meantime, Alone Fills is worried that there will be somebody lurking, and that Cypher gets caught.
Spike's already reached the site. They go for the tap. Daily good for one, but PTC is able to get it through the smokes. That's amazing. Back down to a 2v2. Todak fall back towards long. Made in Thailand have cleared up garage and they cleared up the entire side as well. And this is where the problem begins. With the smoke put down, Todak have no choice but to just continue spamming the spike and hope that the bullets hit. Of course, the gravity well make it a little easier. But the spike is planted in such a weird location that you can't really go for the complete lineups. Oh, they still get the flags regardless. And Made in Thailand have absolutely no HP to work with. They're gonna go for it. Can they stick it? No! It came down to the wire.
Look at the call immediately to rush that. I mean, thankfully the smoke disappeared as soon as they took down the spike carrier who had spike diffuser, which was done till half. And they got a glimpse of it being done half, and immediately Jeer, without thinking twice, rather than just trying to spray through the smoke, is like, just push it, we don't have time, and they don't have time to just wait it out. Alone Phils played brilliantly though, waited for that lurk happening, but Kylie here, if found two, it would have been bigger here for Todak. But nonetheless, they've put Made in Thailand on a deficit in terms of the economy, and you can see it's already broke. Couple of Spectres, most of them playing on the pistols. So this should be a round where Todak should be getting the advantage, but they have to be worried about any pushes that is coming in, and there's already a push. Previously, the lobby A long was not taken. This time, they are taking it. It's both Kadum and Alone Phils again.
Slow and steady wins the race, but Todak are galloping towards the finish line at a blistering pace. They've spotted out one player in C side at the very least, knowing that Made in Thailand are on a somewhat of an eco buy. They don't want to walk into a trap where one of these sites will be completely stacked. And let's be honest, in the past, Made in Thailand have stacked some of these sites. Sometimes it's C, sometimes it's A. So Todak just don't want to walk into a trap. But now that they've seen players towards A as well, they realize, hold on, this cannot be a stack. They're too far apart. But Alone Phils goes unchecked. He strikes. Kadum also makes it twice. And Alone Phils is just shredding them to bits, tearing them to pieces. Jay stuck alone in a 1v4. I think he's going to be shown the door as Made in Thailand will reach 11.
He has to fight it, but it's a crossfire. He cannot get out of it. Even if he takes Beta down, there would have been Kongaret, but it's Beta himself with the right clicks coming in, taking him down. And Made in Thailand, what a beautiful space to take and not checking your corners. And with the Spectre to take 3 players down who wanted to peek him is insane coming in from Alone Phils. 25 kills on that Sova. That's just too much. Kongaret is 16, but look at Kadum. He's 14 kills away from Alone Phils. That's insane.
The stats speak a different story. It speaks that Made in Thailand are actually dominating. But in reality, Todak are much closer than it seems.
Yes.
The only silver lining that Made in Thailand have over here is that their Hunter's Fury can stop the plant from happening and the lockdown can facilitate a retake. Todak though, they realize that they can't go for one of their standard contact play executes. They need to not only get the frags, but they also need to secure a good amount of garage control to set up some lurks. Because in the past, every single lurk attempt from Todak has failed. The success is mostly attributed to MiTH giving up A side at the start of the game. And look at this. Even now on the minimap, MiTH have obviously nobody on the A side. And it's been the case for a long time like this. Doubling down on Garage, Made in Thailand need to send some backup towards Beta because he's about to be on the receiving end of a 4-man aggressive push.
There's already PTC and Kongaret over here to enable him. The paranoia works brilliantly, but he just... Oh wait, just I was about to say one, he picks up 3, spraying and gunning them down. The last player peeks from Garage and it's a flawless to deny anything here for Todak. That's a match point for Made in Thailand, and when they had to shift the momentum, it came in as, I would say, a pseudo thrifty round if you want to say, because that play being done from Kadum and Alone Phils to hold that kind of a crossfire with just a Marshal and a Spectre, look at how they're carrying it forward.
Absolutely no prisoners taken. Made in Thailand, they have given enough room to Todak, and now they say not anymore. No more slacking off, no more mercy. They go in for the kill. This time, instead of playing passively from A, Made in Thailand actually played very aggressively towards A short, where Kadum does get a kill, but they lose control of A long instead. The flash is perfect. Kadum can't zoom in again. And with this, the A side is seemingly taken over, but they haven't checked for Kongaret, and he's able to get both of them. Frosties gets him on the refrag, and with this ultimate active, he's trying to make it work. Of course, the lockdown being destroyed made him reconsider the position where his opponents could be, but this is bought enough space for PTC to move inside, and he strikes from the shadows. Jay finally recovers. What on earth was this round? It was so chaotic, it was like literally all over the place.
Frosty was not happy with where he used his run it back. For a second, he's like, oh no, I think it's gone, it's gone. He wanted to use that ultimate to break that lockdown, and when he saw his teammate itself, he broke it. And then he realized, oh, I can't do anything here. And look at that. PTC, as you said, he had already made his way in, and to bring it to a 1v1 situation,
Yeah.
if G did not save that, it would have all been done. And all in vain.
Oh, Todak. Even when Made in Thailand have successfully defended the ace side, they found success over here. So Todak have realized that this is our bread and butter. This is our win condition. Attack it with everything you've got. But this time, Kadun and the Lone Fields are putting up a stellar show. He turns around. Kadum still survives. Carries plays the cloud burst, but they don't know that the Lone Fields is all the way back down in control of the spike. PTC strikes from CT.
Oh!
And transfers them. Our Lone Fields fills the void in Made in Thailand's defense and sends them packing.
The split that they made, one towards short and one towards long, and especially letting the player with the spike going long after losing a player to that op, unfortunate for them. Otherwise, maybe we could have seen another round that Todak would have picked up. But Made in Thailand, oh so ever close to losing it all, to winning it right now.
Wow. If this was probably the closest game that we've seen so far.
That
And we
went
thought that
back and forth.
Yeah, it was going so back and forth. I mean, of course, we've seen plenty of brain games in the past, but this is one where Made in Thailand, they filled up the gap in their defense. They recognized that their A side is somewhat weaker, and so they tried a different approach. They failed a couple of times at it, but they perfected it towards the end.
Kudos to them to find that perfection, because challenging it in the forefront, they were failing. But when they had a little bit of a passive aggressive angle, they always capitalized. And I think understanding that and then waiting for the opportunity or their opponents to walk right in front of their crosses, they just started capitalizing and winning multiple rounds. But for Kongarid to go like 11-0, 10-0 in the start, that is just insane. To get double digits in his attacking half without dying at all. We thought Made in Thailand are going to be like running away with this map, but then kudos to Todak to bring it back, to take that aggressive approach to take control of defense, making sure they are proactively attacking in defense itself. But that one round we just saw the rolling thunder. Unfortunate, if PTC wouldn't have been there, we would have seen another round. Maybe the scoreline would have been to an overtime at this point, Crips.
Oh yeah, definitely. It could have gone down that way. After an 8-4 half, you have to give credit to Todak. They mounted an impressive comeback. Whether Made in Thailand is playing A on retake or whether they're aggressively defending it from site, Todak were able to crack it open so many times, it seemed like it would be nearly impossible for Made in Thailand to defend it. And just when we thought that, PPC strikes with that impressive triple kill with the Bulldog. And ever since then, Made in Thailand have been just like a solid rock in this side, anchoring it so well no matter what. The C side was always 50-50, with both Todak and Made in Thailand having different levels of success on it. But for Made in Thailand to overcome a weakness like this on the A side, it's just super impressive to see them fill up the void like this.
And also in a round that is a thrifty.
Yeah.
That affects a lot. And then you see the confidence that just arose coming in. They were just spraying and gunning down players, and it was a flawless. Yes, there was another round that Todak were able to take and put it to 13-10, but that was not enough to rattle the confidence that Made in Thailand had. Look at this, Kongarid still comes up, he still wanted to do a lot more damage. Yes, fails, but even PTC, he brought it to a 1v1 situation, so it could have gone out at a 39 itself. So Todak were inching on tippy toes to try and figure out if we can win or if we can lose, if we can win or if we can lose. So their minds were already rattled at that point. So Made in Thailand played enough as they wanted, but Beta with that paranoia to hit. At that point, he was at A link. I can't still figure out how well he placed it and the communication between Made in Thailand's players to connect that.
Exactly. in the end, made in Thailand, they realize that heroics are not going to win them the game. Sometimes
Exactly.
Alone fails when he's droning. Sometimes Kadum is not able to hit the op shots. But every single time, PTC, whenever he steps into the A side, even though he doesn't have as many kills as his fellow teammates, he will make an impact. Beta as well, with that lovely paranoia towards the end. It just set up Alone Kills for so much success. And Alone Kills came alive in the last few rounds, whether it's that sneaky triple kill with the Spectre or the stylish spray transfer to finish the game. Alone Kills hit a whole new level of Sova gameplay today.
Yeah. 28 kills. He was about to drop a 30 bomber of his own, but Jeed, kudos to him on the Astra. 21 kills. I mean, Frost Easy even not even close over there. If you're matching Frost Easy over there, we could have said, okay, yes, this is something that Jeed as well as Frost Easy are pulling something brilliant together. But just like a day before, I mean, yesterday that we saw when Redco came out with this Cypher, they know there's a trap lying somewhere around the site, and nobody rushed so much, and Made in Thailand kept that in the back of their mind, and there was only one round that a person got trapped, and that was the pistol round. And none other time we did see that KL's, I would say, trapwire was kind of useful. So I think Made in Thailand, in terms of reading their opponent and the playstyles and the utilities that they had, was brilliant. But yes, Sube did come back to a monumental positioning of how he played in the later match, because Sube was nowhere there. We kind of thought that with Breach not functioning, I think Todak should be out. But then he came back. He arose. He got a 4K as well. So doing such stuff, we thought maybe Todak could have done a lot more, but it's Made in Thailand who had their composure, and especially to get such a thrifty, that throws the momentum and all the plans that Todak would have built up till that point out to the trash can.
I can't help but wonder what would have happened if the Cypher was not present, if they had something like a Killjoy, maybe like a Chamber instead.
Exactly.
Surely they would have been able to find more value. Yeah, he is comfortable with those agents. And up until now, every team that has picked up a Cypher on Haven in this particular tournament has lost. We saw something similar yesterday as well. The same story continues today. Cypher hasn't been buffed yet. People are saying that the buff is going to make it a little better, but even after the buff, I think the Cypher is still going to be underwhelming. So I don't know if he fits into the meta currently.
I agree with you. I mean, it's going to be tough to work around with him. His traps will be still breakable, even though you've increased the length of how and where it can be placed. You might place it a little bit aggressively to get an advantage, but how much of an advantage can you find when they know there is a Cypher on the opponent team? As you saw, they were able to dodge Kyle so many times, and his trap fires, they were right next to it and they just break it. And Kadum, he did break the trap, went for a backstab. That the confidence says that he doesn't care that there is a sentinel such as a Cypher. If in case his teammates were able to kind of take kills on site on that eco round, we would have seen maybe Made in Thailand get around. Otherwise it didn't happen. It's okay, but still they knew how to play around the Cypher. But right now, let's quickly jump to the standings and see how much of a pace that teams have been able to get to themselves in terms of mainly Group B. Round differential right now faring better between Fancy and Made in Thailand is Fancy, because 11, and especially after that victory on Fracture and today as well, it was bound to happen.
Yeah, Made in Thailand, sure, they were able to win the game, but like I said, they needed to win it in a dominant fashion. This game was a bit too close for comfort, and hence they don't find themselves in a position where they can overtake Fancy United, even though they both have the same number of wins.
Now, tomorrow's game is going to be very tough for Made in Thailand, because they have to face Fancy United to get a point. If they win against them, then yes, they have a chance to qualify, but that is their last match. So we are not going to be seeing a situation where that qualification status becomes an issue, and we have to decide based on the round differential, both in Group A and both in Group A as well as Group B. Now sitting comfortably on top. On the other end, Bleed have gotten a victory, but they still have one match that they have to play, and look forward to maybe getting another victory, and just like now is having a clean and pristine journey here in the qualification stage at the Skyesports SEA Championship with a 4-0.
Well, There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We are done with all the matches for the day, but the storylines still continue. While Group A has some clear winners standing way above the rest of the people, Group B definitely has a lot of upset potential. We
Mhm.
do not have a confirmed second team. We
Yes.
still have those teams fighting tooth and nail for the qualification spot so that they can make it to the next stage of AMD SEA Championship. So naturally, Group B will have spicier storylines and more interesting battles because the stakes over there are much higher.
Yeah, tomorrow's match, I know it doesn't start off on Fancy United versus Made in Thailand to make it like very interesting. That's a match that all of us will be looking out for. But as I said, Bleed will be looking forward to closing out in a pristine and a clean manner with a 4-0 victory streak. And they have the game to start off tomorrow, which will be against Oasis Gaming. On the other end, I did talk about Todak. They would have to get a victory and then get a victory against Naus as well, which will be very tough. And now with them losing, I would kind of try to count them out as of now, because Naus, how well they are ready is just brilliant. So as I was talking about the schedule, let's jump to the schedule and give you a gist about what is in the bags for tomorrow.
Bleed versus Oasis, David versus Goliath. It kind of seems like a done deal. I mean, if Oasis is able to take down Bleed Esports tomorrow, it will be massive bragging rights for them. But they still won't be able to get anywhere close to qualifying. Regardless, it's gonna be a fun game to watch. Todak versus Naos. Now this could be a good one. While Todak aren't completely out of the tournament, if they can take down Naos, this will be Naos' first loss in this tournament. So this will be like a
Yes.
massive David versus Goliath battle with Todak desperately requiring this win if they want to have a chance in the second stage.
They were getting their flow here in the last match today, but I hope tomorrow they recompose well and brush off on the situations where they were hungry for that revenge trades, right? And that's where Todak fell prey numerous times and losing duels. Fancy United and Made in Thailand, as I said, it's going to be very interesting to see and decide who is going to be qualifying. Both Fancy United and Made in Thailand have a scoreline of 2-1 in the overall standings, and whoever wins tomorrow, who should most probably confirm their spot in the second position for qualification in Group B. NKT versus LVR. Again, we said NKT, a brilliant match that they showed today. I am wondering if they can put up a show tomorrow as well for us against LVR. LVR is a very disciplined team. Unfortunately, LVR, we will not be seeing them in the forefront later down the line in after qualification in the playoff stage. I would have loved to see them a little more, but having tough teams in all the groups at this point, looking at how everybody has shown their caliber, it was just brilliant, Crips.
Definitely. Tomorrow's matches are going to be brilliant. I guess the most important one is the third match tomorrow, the one
Yes.
between Fancy United and Made in Thailand, because that's going to determine who is going to be the second team from Group B that goes forward into the next stage of the tournament. But all of these matches are going to be action packed and cracking. You guys better restock up on your popcorn and any other snack that you want for tomorrow, because we are in for a long day of some good old Valorant. So we'll see you again tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in.
See ya.